homes. So
Of
the
course.
periphery has huge amounts of immigrants pouring in from every direction, or I guess only from one direction. But yep.
Yep.
So that's the setting.
Okay, cool.
Yep, and that's a decent overview. Uh, so I think we're all set to get started. So first off, what I'd like is for everyone to, just give a quick rundown of your character, not like in depth, but like what someone would notice having spent like several days sharing a bunk with you. Because the way it worked is the ship has crew quarters, and they don't have a full complement, so they rented out basically one bunk room worth of space. And so that's where the four of y'all are. So,
Sure, I'll start. Um, so my character is an Arlani. We can tell that he's Frenchman. He's very clearly depressed and not quite there. He's got the 1,000-yard stare going on most of the time. In a fairly cheap-looking clothing, although you can probably tell it's Snapcoat. Um, and kind of unusually, he has a little swagger stick that he has walking around. It's like if you were to like let your hand rest, the top of the stick is about where your hand is, and it goes down to the floor. So it's not quite a cane, but it's a stick that he refuses to give up or set aside for any period of time. His name's Pete, Pete Travers, from a town called Yon. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Travers and Yon were both French last names, so I thought, I'll just combine both. But yeah, so his name's Pete, and when he talks, he's clearly disheartened and morally demolished from the events of the war, and he's one of those people who's trying to get out of the core islands and into the periphery, like Jimmy was talking about. That's about it. Not much else stands out about him. He's not like afraid to talk. He's just prone to drifting off, not
Sure.
finishing a sentence, and just kind of looking off and away and being haunted by memories of the war.
Very distracted. Um, yeah, no, I'm playing. I mean, everyone knows him as Harry at this point. Some people call him Hobnose because he's a fucking asshole. And they might have actually known him, but usually he's in a snap coat as well. He wears some shitty clothes and his hat pretty much. And yeah, he's got a big nose. He's kind of got big eyes that look around for whatever. He's not, he doesn't look too trustworthy. And in all honesty, he has like put his neck out for other people, but the harsh reality here is when people have asked him, "Oh, where are you from, Harry?" He's like, "Oh, I'm from Queensland or Cornwall." Or he's changed his story probably 5 or 6 times at this point. Uh, Impacts outputs are popping from armor for those. Okay, so he's got plates and shit. Okay, cool. But regardless, he's not a trustworthy character. He's from Albion. I think that's what it's called, right? Basically Britain.
Yeah, England.
And yeah, he's mostly found either if he can't get his hands on alcohol, he usually is trying to do something like a shell game or something on somebody. He's probably gotten punched in the face a couple times, and he's probably also punched some people in the face too for calling him a liar. He is a liar, but it's good to appear not by being violent,
Yeah, that's the face for radio.
of course, and a voice for print.
Nice.
Uh, but yeah, so and he kind of tries to hide the pistols. He keeps the knife out though because A, you can do the knife game with people, or B, get basically give me my money or I'm gonna fucking stick you, mate.
Definitely Irish.
Yeah,
I should
he's
mention that
he's all
I'm
sorts of
recording.
things. Oh, okay, based.
He's wearing a wire.
We'll see how it works out.
Well, fuck you, feds. You can't take my money from me.
All right. My guy is Tiberiu. He's from the periphery, so he's probably sort of got on the ship more recently. He's quiet. He also seems to be very sort of depressed, but in a more like paranoid sort of way. He carries around a long sort of suitcase that's been sealed with sort of like stickers, the sort of thing that where if you opened it, it would tear the sticker, so you would know. And he's completely paranoid about this suitcase. He sleeps with it in his arms. He, doesn't ever let it out of his sight. He's also very clearly a Templar. They wear sort of a uniform of a long coat and a shako hat, which he wears all the time. But his look like they're sort of cheap, and so he was clearly not like. They're also not like worn by battle or anything. So he doesn't look like he's ever actually seen combat. He carries a sword, which is a katana, which is almost like a meme in universe, because people know what Japan is. It's called Hinamoto. But people who carry around katanas are like tryhards among Templars. Whereas the preferred thing is to have like a saber or just something that's like local. So he has a bit of a try-hard element to him. He's young. He doesn't have any scars. He's not like the cool Templar. He's clearly a rookie.
So
He's
funny,
also,
I love it.
yeah. He's also deeply distrustful of everyone. Even though, like the only thing that he seems worried about is the suitcase, and no one's tried to take it. Most people just like, okay, whatever, right? But he's concerned about Harry, and he, is one of those things like whenever Harry's in the room, he will always be facing Harry, even if he's talking to someone else, right? So yeah, always staring, always concerned.
This is
That's
this
Tiberiu.
this is the fucking look you're gonna see as you wake up
Oh
while
God.
you're sleeping.
Oh, bro, can I borrow your toothbrush?
That's basically what Harry looks like, but with bigger nose.
Jesus Christ.
The most Anglo man to ever exist.
Please?
And
Most
your name was
Albion
Tiberi.
man
Tiberi what?
ever existed.
Tiberiu. It's like a
Tiberiu.
Slavic version of Tiberius. Most people just call him Tibbs. Or Tibber.
Hyperion, Harry, and what was your character's name again, Rod?
Pete Travers. It's a katana and a shako.
Okay. I guess that's my turn then. So my character is named Katie. She's from Janzonia. So because that's the only sort of accent I can do. Rose? She is a out sort of cut off from her family because she decided to learn a skill rather than just getting married straight up. So she is very naive and very open about what she's doing and doesn't seem to notice anything suspicious about anyone or think that anyone's untrustworthy. So very much an easy mark. Unfortunately, that's part of why she's here. She incurred a little bit of a debt buying some very much not at all working components for her last bit of engineering, and now she's out here trying to work up the cash to pay back for that.
So I kind of look like a poor guy. Hobnose Harry here looks like, Harry. I have the same sort of hat that he does. Jimmy is the Ballad version of katana and trench coat. What does she look like?
The picture I saw in here posted by another person. He's a nice. This is sort of what I'm basing it off, but with a pistol rather than a rifle.
Harry has probably asked Haiti at one point, so what's your bit? What's your game? Because I don't think you. Oh God, I ruined that accent. Oh fuck it. He basically asked her at one point. He's like, "What are you doing? What's your thing? What's your game?" Because he doesn't believe anyone's that stupid.
I'm gonna become the best engineer. The whole.
Right. The
The whole
best
thing's ever
engineer.
seen. Best
Now,
engineer. That's right.
Oh,
what are
cute
you
banana girl.
making? Like, he's kind of like eyeing her. Like, are you making like illegal booze? Are you doing he's almost transfixed in the way that someone thinks, yeah, you're trying to speak in code to me, but you're not speaking in code. You're just not on the ball, but I think you're on the ball because no one can be this gullible.
I'm gonna design a whole new type of ship. Whole
Hell.
new generators. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, he's gonna kind of push up his collar and just be like, "Oh yeah, totally," and he's like, kind of like, "I don't know her."
Excellent. I like the dynamic already.
Yeah. Like
Also,
I'm not gonna get caught with the knife in my back. I'm not gonna get caught with no pants, if you catch what I mean. I like my shoes. You're on your own on this one.
also, my guy who of course is paranoid and doesn't really like anyone. I do like Pete, and I will constantly ask him, what is it, sort of tactless questions about his time in the war.
You bastard! You have this love of war that Pete does not have.
Yeah, because and as you know, everyone, certainly anyone who's in the military knows, Templars are like obsessed with dying in battle. It's like their life's purpose. And you, of course, pick up immediately like this guy's never been in a war, right?
No,
This guy's probably never been in a fight, and he's constantly asking, you know, like how many men did you see die? Is it true that when an artillery shell goes off, your ears ring for hours? Is it? And you know, like just carelessly bringing up really unpleasant stuff. What does it smell like?
Yeah, when a man is stabbed, how long does he scream for? What?
Is it true that they cry for their mothers?
Do their bowels exit
Yeah.
when they're shot this way in the stomach?
I've heard that when rigor mortis sets in and you try to close the eyes of a dead man, they open back up. Is that true?
No, that is not true. I can tell you that because I've had to do it 7 times to 7 of my friends who were all shot in the stomach, like you're describing. Their valves did not vacate.
By the way, I'm gonna see how long. I assume this takes at least a decent amount of time for you guys to talk. Yeah, Harry and the boys are kind of gathering around the bunks, if you will, like listening in. At least that's what you guys notice after a while, I assume, because he's gonna gather people around just to make light of, Pete here is gonna regale us of how a man's legs are blown off. So, we got time.
After a certain amount of time,
7 of your friends got killed the same way. That's very
There's not 8.
Yeah. And after, and presumably this has happened several times, after like a certain amount of it, or whenever Pete just finally stops talking, Devere will go off to a corner somewhere and start writing in his journal and whispering something about sample size not being large enough. Further research is needed. 7 is not a sufficient sample size, and we don't have a control group.
Sign up to be your torture dummy. From the answers,
I think old Coates. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna. Oh, excuse me a moment. You go ahead.
Oh no, Harry's gonna whisper to the boys, basically be like, I think old Coates here really likes the idea of seeing men die. He's a real corpse cleaner, if you catch my drift, boys.
Jesus.
It's not long after this conversation happens that the accident occurs. Alarms start blaring, sailors start screaming and running about. Some of the more brave of you get roped into dealing with the fact that the ship's moonstone reactor is going critical.
Uh-oh.
I'll do that.
Oh fuck.
Sounds perfect.
Yeah. You go over there, sweetheart, and you go handle it. I'm gonna No, oh, love. That's right. I'd say love or some shit.
Those
Anyways,
of you without engineering knowledge, all you basically know about the moonstone reactor is that, well, the whales eat the moonstone so they can shoot the lasers, and so we just skip a step when we shoot the lasers out of the stone ourselves to boil water, right? And Haiti, with her engineering knowledge, knows all how that happens. Oh, you got to heat it up to this thing, and pass the laser through the magnifiers of this thing, of this thickness, and you got to change out the moonstone every so often so it doesn't go critical, because it doesn't just produce a light with no heat. It also heats itself, and then suddenly you get it to where it's hot enough that it just continuously puts out a light, like it's doing right now.
Maybe it welded close. It like welded the thing that you're supposed to be able to open to pull the thing out. Like it got too hot, so it melted it or something.
Yeah, the container for it's glowing red. There's sort of a welding hood like little thing so you can look inside, but and there's like light pouring out around the edges of that, and you end up fighting it for a long time. The head engineer ends up putting on clothes and like y'all like cut a hole inside, and he goes inside the thing. It does end up exploding, but out the side instead of every direction, as he sort of like cupped it. And so yeah, the ship is fucked. The ship has like a small whale blood like diesel generator that they use to keep the screws and the lights turning. And as I mentioned in the pitch for it, everyone's sort of sitting around like, we're fucked. We're in the middle of nowhere. Because y'all weren't quite to the periphery yet. You were just at the edge of where the core and the periphery like meet. And it's sort of generally considered like no man's land. There's not much around. But after a couple hours, the captain comes out. He's older man with a beard. He's like, "Aha! I got it, boys. We ain't starving to death no time soon." He clears one of the tables in the mess. Silverware clinking off the floor as he spreads a map, and he's tracing y'all's position. He's like, back before many of ye were born, the MSS Foley was commissioned out of the Royal Navy as a Royal Mail ship, and so I was just a sailor at that time. But I remember that we visited this small rock. Where was it? Here, and he stabs the map, and there's a small island with just the word Smearenburg written next to it, and he thinks y'all can make it with your diesel engines, at least to within sight of it. And so everyone sets her out to get the ship as sailworthy as possible and settle in. And
this is deeply unfortunate, but it could be worse.
Yeah, we could have to eat fatty. Thankfully, we got food.
He's holding the briefcase, but he is wrapped like a life vest around it and duct taped it on in case he has to throw it overboard and it explodes.
Yeah.
The ship is sure that there will be fuel on this island.
No.
Uh-oh.
He hasn't been there, in several decades.
Well, unless they have their own ships, it's unlikely that they'll use up any fuel that's been left on the island.
But
how many people are on the island? Harry says, kind of already getting ahead of himself.
I think it was a small village or so, says the captain, as
Excellent.
But so the ship sails for the better part of the day before the engines give out and y'all are sort of just drifting in the direction of the island. And you'll come into sight of it and fire off some flares to signal for help. And everyone cheers as they see a bunch of small boats rowing out to you. And they're all unfortunate. You all notice that they're all man-powered. Like people.
This bodes poorly.
Yeah. So the way I describe them is you've seen fan boats before, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So they're fan boats, but they're powered by people with like basically little bicycle chains down below.
What a
God.
curious design.
Might have
Alright.
to eat fatty after all.
I'm gonna take notes on
There
this
is a-
design.
There is an upside to this. If it
What
becomes
if we-
necessary, we might be able to construct a large version of one of these fans to power the ship.
What if we had a very large version and we put a space whale inside it?
Jimmy's gonna construct a long boat, but it's fan powered.
That was my first idea, to use oars, but we don't know if there are trees on this island.
Yeah.
There would probably be trees then if they've got boats.
I need to get this item to Thule.
But yeah, so the little rowboats come out to you, and they hook up to you and laboriously tow you into dock. And as you get closer and closer to the island, you see that the town is on a lower like slope that comes down to this like buoyant area where most void ships settle in at, and that it's a hill upwards, and then there's sort of like a plateau area, which is the main part of the island. And it does look like there's trees up there of some sort. And
See? Trees. Or there'd be trees?
yes, and yeah, so they tow you in, and you notice that there's two docks about equidistance from each other, and there's some arguing from the rowmen on which to put you in, and luckily your ship's big enough that they just decided they'll split the distance, and they tow you in between, and your gangplanks reach both sides. So
They must receive a lot of travel
one
then.
sec, I have to pee, and then I'll be right back.
They must
Wanna
receive a
check
lot of
something.
travel then for such a small island.
Yes, I'm curious as to what their connections are to the outside world. If they haven't even developed motors, it's likely this place has been isolated for some time.
Possible. But also possible they don't need them.
Well,
Such a small island, perhaps they are mostly self-sufficient with food.
that would make sense. One must wonder what their chief industry is. I've been to villages like this before that were whaling communities, but usually they have more advanced ships because the only thing you get from whales is meat and oil and whalebone and moonstone. Never mind. I'm mistaken. But even so,
Yes.
perhaps they've just been living in historic stasis for the last 100 years.
Yes, the peoples in Jansonia living in such benighted heathenry.
Well,
A good
you-
time before the horrors of war.
Teviri will look at him as though confused and then turn back to Emir and say, heathenry. It is unlikely that any pagan communities still exist.
Unlikely.
Yes.
Well, unless
Unlikely.
you count the entirety of Chin.
So,
Right.
so on that note, so as they're tying you up and y'all are sitting on the gangplank, you have pretty good view of the town, and a lot of it seems in disrepair from here. You can't really tell too much, but the town seems split along a line that intersects where you're parked pretty pretty drastically. The houses along it are burnt out and gutted, and it's just a straight line all the way up the ridge. There are some buildings that are, left untouched by this destruction. Notably, to Haiti, to the rest of you, it just looks like some sort of industrial building. But Haiti identifies it as some sort of refinery, chemical or otherwise, and and wait, I wrote a word for this. Let me get it. A very pristine Albanican church.
Oh no, Anglicans.
Hmm.
As in, like, that's on the line.
Yes, so there's a line splitting the town in half, where most things are destroyed except for two notable buildings. One's the refinery thing, and the the Albanican
Albanican.
church.
Curious.
I'll lean over to one of the longshoremen or whatever and say, "What happened to the town? Was there a fire? Was there war?"
Were there a fire? He laughs. Just kind of walks off because he's done tying you up.
War could be here, he thought.
But so as
There
you
it can't have been a fire. Look at how securely the line fits.
so I go right up the
Horrors
middle.
of weaponry, no bounds.
It's like
I wouldn't be
the town
surprised
was
if this
cut in
was a
half on
Chiron weapon.
purpose. But so as y'all filter off the ships, you notice strange strange things about the townsfolk is that they basically come in two types. There are
Yeah,
tall,
giant pair of scissors.
lanky men with like pale faces. Their
Absolutely.
arms reach almost beyond their knees, but not quite, and their fingers are abnormally long. They all seem like they'd be great piano players. And their black hair shines blue in the right lighting. And opposite of them are short, stocky, almost like apish men with fiery red hair. Like in the dark, it seems more brown, but when it catches the light, it does almost seem to be on fire.
What the heck?
Very curious.
And
Perhaps that's why the town was cut in half.
and yeah, so there were all these townsfolk already gathered at the docks by the time you got in here, since it took over an hour to tow the boat in.
Oh, suppose there was a giant pair of scissors. It'd have to be very large, the size of a very large ship. Suppose, I wonder if that could have side effects like that, cutting the very metaphysical framework of the town in half.
Wonder if they
What?
were always split like that, or if it was an event that occurred and tore their peoples apart, or their families apart.
Anything
Why
that
would the
possible.
Albanican church be intact?
But
Anything, well, maybe they just
For their
rebuilt.
metaphysical defense.
but
Be that
so y'all are discussing this as y'all walk down the gangplanks, and like I said, the most of the town, it seems, has gathered here, and it's somewhere between 400 and 600 people. It's hard to count that many, but just a rough guess. And just like the town, they line up in a group with a noticeable gap between them. The the redheads on one side, the blue blacks on the other. And you do notice a couple people in the crowd with off-color hair from this, but otherwise, it seems that these are the two types of people in Smearenburg. And indeed, you see your captain, who's being greeted by two finely dressed persons, one a woman and one a man, and they both seem to be tripping over each other, trying to speak and glaring. And as you get closer, you're pretty sure both of them have declared themselves mayor of the town.
is like one of the like the man redhead and the woman red.
Yeah. So
Or,
the
sorry, are they different colors?
so the man is he's of the blue-black side, and the woman is on the red side.
Do these people wear hats?
Many of them do, but these two are not.
Okay.
You can still sort of tell, I imagine, because
Yeah.
blue
Well,
blacks are like the ectomorphic type.
yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the men have beards of some sort, or mustaches.
Sure.
I'm gonna steer clear of the captain arguing with the two mayors.
But
Go find someone
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm definitely gonna listen in on the argument because
Yeah,
any
this is enough to
any
rouse them.
any way I can maybe
Yeah.
assist and gain benefits, if you will, for the true mayor, whoever that may be.
Sure.
I didn't come out here to be cooked alive or sold into slavery or whatever. So this is enough to get me over the paralyzing depression and want to listen in and be involved.
I wanted to have some people roll awareness.
Oh, okie dokie.
I will roll awareness. Let's all roll awareness. That's a great idea.
We we have dice made. Okay.
Let me see.
Do I have any points in awareness? I do. Okay, thank goodness. Skip.
I want
It's
to guess awareness uses perception, doesn't it?
Were you
Yes.
guys rolling out of curiosity?
in
Actual
actual
roll.
roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
and is it
Exclamation point roll and then number of dice. Yeah.
okay? That was just
Yep,
a test.
I have 10.
I don't think it does TNs well, but I might
I
be wrong.
have 3 plus perception, which is shoot. What is that?
Oh wait, I forgot the roll. 1d10. Yeah. Or, oh no, it's
Wow, Jimmy, that's 5.
Jesus. 5, yeah.
yeah. Let's see here. It says I have 10, so
Yes.
I guess I have 10d10. Here we go.
Or Sumbro.
Wow. Sunbro got even more than me, fucking weasel.
Of course, I sniffed it out.
Let's see. I think my perception is
Okay.
Carry the nose.
So it does do TNs. So if you put T, then the TN, you can do that. But I'm just looking that up for later.
Nice. Just like after. Oh, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so question: Does for my skills I have 10? I actually think I have 1 because I have +1 awareness. But I think
It should. think I accounted for it because you have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 4, and then your perception's 5, so 10.
Okay, then yeah, it's 10.
Yep.
Nose.
So what
Nose.
results do we have here?
I think the
That's
lowest
great.
was 3, but everyone else has. Well, I've got 4. Jimmy's got 5, and
Great.
Sumbro's got 6.
Can't believe all of you passed.
3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah.
I can't believe all of you are passing this racial theory test, where you like I said, you notice the surface level colorations before, but these the people on this island, they're no known racial group to you. They're not Asian. I mean, they're sort of some sort of Caucasian because they're all white skinned, but beyond that, you're like their heads are all wrong. The red haired people, whenever they smile, you see that their canines are like ape like.
The brachiocephalic ones are not human. I'll say, leaning over to Katie.
And the fingernails on the dark haired ones are like, instead of being white, they're almost like flint gray. And like you saw someone stretching, and like that was weird. That bodies shouldn't have been like that.
The leucocephalic
Nice.
ones are also not human.
It seems as if they were.
I've seen a lad like with fingernails like that. He had a
Who got 5?
bit of a snuff
That was
problem.
me. I got 5.
So way in the back, the line separating them, it's not like finish person distance. It's like a foot, between the two crowds. You see a womanly hand and a man's hand like reach over and do the cutesy hand holding. So,
But they're different peoples.
oh, but they're different peoples. Ooh. But yeah. So who was listening in again? I know
Me.
some bro said.
All of us, I think.
Okay. Well, thought someone was like, I don't want to hear none of this.
Oh yeah, I mean I got
That
6
was
awareness
me.
for God's sakes. So
But yeah. So um.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I guess
So
I was not particularly interested.
Yeah, so mostly, so as you approach, they're still sort of arguing about who should go first. They're like, our family was here before yours. No, that's a damn lie. Ours was here before yours. Sort of stuff. Um, and a man in traditional preacher robes approaches them and quietly whispers in their ears, and they end up basically playing paper rock scissors for it. Is how they decide that. And then so the man ends up winning, and he goes to speak. Uh,
Harry is,
efficient
you could
way of
tell
solving the conflicts.
is holding himself back to challenge the man to paper rock scissors.
yeah.
Because if that's how it's done,
Well,
then
What language do they speak?
I know.
it's just the priest's solution to the problem,
I know.
apparently.
I'm playing with it.
But
What
okay.
what language are they speaking? Is it Albish?
Yeah, it's Elvish.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, from what you got from the maps, which you had some time to look at, this part used to be clearly within the Elvish sphere of influence, but their sphere of influence has decreased with the wars. Though they still apparently get the mail, or did 20 years ago. So yeah, this was an area that wasn't periphery, but is now. RIP.
At least people are talking to our captain, and we're just kind of
Yeah,
standing there.
yeah. All the other sailors are there, and so yeah, so they start talking. Like I said, they were still arguing when y'all were approaching, and the man begins, honorable captain, I, Nigel Montague, would like to welcome you to our island of Smearenburg, and as the mayor of this town, would love to extend our hospitality to you and your crew. And that's when the lady busts in. Uh, I'm afraid my compatriot is speaking out of turn, for I, Virginia Redfield, am mayor of this town, and it is I who would love to extend my hospitality to you and your crew. Uh, and they glare at each other a bit, and the captain's like clearly like, what the fuck am I? The fuck is this shit? I didn't expect.
Fatality.
My ship just blew up. I didn't want to get in some weird hillbilly feud.
Redfield has red hair, I assume.
Yes, the Redfields have red hair.
Very convenient.
The Montegrews have the black-blue hair.
The Bruce, he said?
Yes, Montegrew. I'll type it.
Hospitality, huh? Looking forward to hospitality.
But yeah, so he dissembles a
kind
bit
of them to
that he doesn't want to put 16 odd men up in some house. He's looking around at the houses by the docks, and they're one room affairs generally. But both of these people are well dressed. The man Nigel is, he's old and he's fat, but he's got that look that once he was a big muscular man. And he's got a tailored suit of sorts on him, and the lady is seems of a similar age to the man, and looks like for the standards of these people, was once a great beauty. Uh,
Mm.
but yeah, both of them were like, say, no, 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 it'd be no problem to put up you and your men in our mansions. And
Very kind of them to offer.
yep, and if you look up, towards the hill, there are indeed two mansions, and there are some fields of some sort. So they kind of look like plantation houses, to be honest. Uh, but so your captain goes, "Oh, that's very kind of you, but I would like to discuss my crew. We will need some people to watch our ship. I'm sure all of your townsfolk are the righteous sort, but there's always a few knaves." And so yeah, but he comes back to talk to y'all, and he's like, explains that they'd offered to house y'all, and there's some sort of there's clearly some bad blood between them, but hey, it's not sleeping on the ship, so he doesn't care where the crew members sleep. If they want to sleep on the ship, or go get some local hospitality, that's up to each and every one of y'all.
Well, Cap, my local hospitality is my favorite dish. So I don't know about you lot, but he says, kind of peering over the captain's shoulder. I think I know the wind is blowing a certain way. Nothing wrong with free hospitality.
And he's like,
Something other than hard bread would be nice.
yeah, and he's
Hold up my hand to the wind. I can't really feel the wind blowing too much.
Oracle. No, rhetorical. There we go. Sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, he claps you on the back, Harry, and says, "Good man," and he goes to talk to the other sailors, explaining to them the situation. So yeah, so it's like nighttime, and there's not much you can do at this point in the day. So where do you want to sleep?
I'm definitely gonna sleep in the ladies' home. I'm sure by default of her bloodline, she'll have many daughters that I can get in trouble with and get thrown out.
Nice.
I just need a roof over my head. This couldn't matter much to me. Food would be nice, but as long as I've got a bed and some shelter, that's good enough for me. Any other suffering this world can't compare to what's already afflicted me.
Yes, looking like that, my friend. You definitely have been afflicted much. I know a guy, by the way. Give you a couple gold teeth.
Oh, the
Wherever
hardest battle I
Harry's
had to fight was
I'll go the
against.
opposite.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh,
The hardest battle I had to fight was not succumbing to those things you're talking about, Hopnose.
okay. I will go to
Fun.
wherever I guess the guy's place, because I
Okay.
do not trust Harry.
It was probably going to follow me around no matter what.
Nah, I'm going to the
I
woman's household. I'm not gonna stick there with some fat guy. All right. He eats pretty good. Don't get me wrong. But this lady, she looks less heavy. Therefore, there might be more food.
Nice.
Just simple economics.
I'll
Mark
probably
on
stay aboard the ship then.
creepers.
Okay, so
Help with any repairs.
Harry, the Redfields, Jimmy, the Montagues. Where was uh, Pete going?
Whichever. Um, I
Uh-oh.
suppose I'll go
Give
with the
me an answer.
Montagues. Montagues.
Okay.
He picks it at random. It's not a choice that means much to him.
That's fair. I just needed to know.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so the sailors split up among them. Some of them, clearly thinking thoughts along Harry's lines. Going with the Redfields, and y'all filter out through the town. And yeah, so Haiti just goes back to the ship, and with yeah, there's several engineers that also do the same thing, and y'all have a lovely night on the ship. Uh, Give me a sec. I need to drink some water.
You have a lovely night on the ship. Uh-oh.
Talking
Yeah.
about the gear ratios. 7-1? No way. I've got to see this.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the ship's like, bruh, I can sleep on the top bunk now. Like, if I wanted to, I could sleep across the bunks. Like, bruh.
It's like you got a cruise ship all to yourself. You got so much space. That's a luxury on a ship.
You know, there's a giant
definitely.
gaping hole in it, but hey, whatever.
More space.
I need to drink some more water.
All these idiots opened up the good bunks.
Yeah, and
Jack keeps
so
rubbing my leg. Come on, Jack.
so y'all filter through the town, splitting up almost immediately, going to your respective sites. Let me pull up my map so I can tell you correctly. So, you know, say the ship facing is north. The western side of town is the Montegru's side, and the Redfield side is to the right or east.
Redfield right.
I had it the opposite, but I changed it because Redfield right.
We find a redhead named Claire. She's probably a recruiter.
But yeah, so could I get a second awareness? So as you're, you know, roll it. But as you're walking through the town, you see that a lot of the buildings seem deserted, and they're falling. The roofs are falling in. The the windows are all broken. Their yards, if they have them, are nothing but like chest high weeds.
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely peering in those windows as I walk by.
As I walk through this town, I'm struck by how similar it looks to my own town back when the shells rained down and the tanks rolled through. Or I guess it wouldn't be tanks. When the Chironites rolled through. When,
It could have been tanks. They had tanks.
Yeah,
when
the inhabited houses all seem, they're not completely well put together, but they all seem to have little gardens with vegetables and other such things that you'd need. I'm
Are they
getting a
rotted?
message. No, they're just normal.
Is it
Ah,
like a carrot or something? I might just take that from the ground.
well, so not in
Scoop
the.
it out.
I mean, if you go to like into someone's like garden, there's probably because there's people escorting
People
you.
out.
They're like,
Oh, I
yo,
thought you were saying it was
no.
abandoned. I'm about to be like,
No.
oh
So
man, this is
there's
free
the
food.
abandoned houses, which are all weeds and
Okay.
fallen down, and then there's the houses that have people tend to have gardens that are they're not the best maintained, but there's stark difference between them and the other houses.
I'll steal from them at a later time.
And yeah, so like it seems to you that this town like it's but based on the number of people, it's really more of a village. But it used to be some sort of town, uh, alive and vibrant, and it's just decayed.
Oh boy.
This is a shame.
something happened here. If it wasn't war, it must have to do with the giant, what do we call it? Scissor wound in the earth.
Scissor wound.
We have not split up yet, right?
Well, no. This is after you've split up. So,
Oh, okay.
because
So who is going to Montegru Place?
it's just you and Pete.
Okay, I'll sort of turn to Pete as he says that and say, yes, perhaps we should inquire, but gently. I suspect there is some sort of racial conflict going on here.
There must be. Wounds
An
like this don't heal
expansion.
easily.
Yeah.
Expansion of a feud, maybe. The Hatfields and the McCoys, as
Oh,
as
like
you
in that Rahu fiction.
exactly.
I
Illiterate.
yes, I see Jimmy has caught my
Yes.
double reference.
Harry's gonna probably just ask like, where is everyone?
Yeah.
And does anyone own these homes?
Yeah. So I'll answer that question. But let me do the awareness real quick. What I was describing was without that.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Um,
Because if they say no, he's gonna be like score.
Raiden,
Damn.
So Raiden and Sunbro, both definitely noticed that someone has been inside these uninhabited houses within the week.
Okay.
Like, there's footprints and, leavings and such. It's hard to notice because there's so much detritus and debris in the places to begin with.
Squatters or looters, perhaps.
Or maybe they up and actually left for some reason.
Yeah. So
Squatters, I
what was the
think,
question
is
you asked the people
unlikely.
again? Oh, just what happened?
But no, yeah, I basically asked him what happened and does anyone like actually live here? The only reason he's asking that is because, well, there's anything, snaggable.
Yeah. No. You are with the Redfields, right?
Yeah.
What happened here? The well all dried up. It's goddamn Montague's fault, those fucking bastards. And he spits after saying their name.
Yeah, Harry will definitely spit as well and be like, yeah, those Montagues, downright treacherous. Now, what happened? I'm sorry.
The well all dried up. And he points at
Well.
the obvious factory refinery thing, and he's like we used to be one of the premier whale blood locations this far out from Albion. Turning our local moonstone into the finest damn fuel you ever put into your car.
My
Till
car,
then,
totally.
Montague screwed it up. I'm just gonna affect his southern accent because that's the only one I can do.
Nah, that's okay. I try to do I try to do my what is it, Terry Pratchett novel English accent, and it fell apart in a couple seconds. So, and he's like, well, you didn't add like I mean, not trying to start any problems, my good man, but I mean, if someone has a bottle or anything laying around, it wouldn't be you know, hurting anyone's feelings if I took a swig or something, right? Like if they're not living there, or are they living there? Hospitality, of course.
He's sort of like trying to lead you back with the other group, and it's like I'm sure Lady Virginia has plenty for you to drink up at her house. Fine mansion she got up there.
Right, of course, of course. He says, kind of restraining his inner scumbag. Like, you're right, definitely. Forgetting his place that he could just go into a noble's home instead of trying to go through someone's window and steal their belongings.
Yeah.
Vile lamprey.
But yeah, so that's most of your trip up there, and at the mansions, like there's a gap between town proper and them, where you're walking through what are essentially fields, and there's some cows and other animals, and you'd seen some evidence of fishery down by the docks. So this helps supplement their which you can only imagine is mostly fish diet, but they're void fish, so I assume they're spooky.
Probably has the word void involved.
They call them fish, but you and I would not recognize them as such.
Yeah, I would recognize them as squirrels.
Squirrels. Yeah, look at that void fish, and like, that's a bird. Nah, it's a fish.
You catch it like one, see?
It was down
And they
below our
throw-
boat, right? Yeah, it's fish.
They catch them with a literal fishing pole.
I mean, I've hooked a seagull before because they're bastards.
There you go. See?
You put on
nice.
bait, throw it out, and they'll just
If you
like
use a
eat
fishing pole, it's a fish. Simple as.
it. What?
Very teleological method there. Caught it with a fishing pole, therefore it is a fish.
Simple as.
And that is why we are eating it on Friday.
Very best.
Next day, you see Jim Bob. Next Thursday, you see Jim Bob out in the field with his fishing pole trying to catch a cow. What you doing? Well, I thought long about our conversation last week and determined that I wanted me a beef fish this week.
Simple as, lad.
Would it be ground steak then? It'd be void steak.
I'd say.
It would be
Ground
surf and
beef.
turf.
Void,
Yeah.
void cows.
Yeah, I mean the boy cow is probably like, they have their head down eating, the grain. When an eye opens up between their horns to look at you to make sure you're not getting closer. Spooky.
So we're here in this town. We're checking things out, and this isn't our main destination. So
No.
do we know what a plan is? Are we still in contact with the captain here and the other sailors? Be like, hey,
Oh,
what's the deal? Or is
yeah.
there another ship?
I meant to write down where the captain was going to go, but I never did that. So let me roll a die. He apparently went to the Redfields.
Presumably he'll negotiate some repairs or whatever. They must have some whale oil left.
Sure, an island with no boating capabilities would be doomed, and they clearly have some that could tow us in.
Yes.
They must. I'm a dockhand as well. I don't think that means I know anything about shipbuilding, but when it comes to hauling items or things related to that, Pete at least would have some knowledge of that.
And so we're not the captain. It's not really our business. He'll figure it out, and hopefully we'll be on our way.
With any luck.
But yeah, so you've arrived at the houses, and you can see they're kind of built right across from each other, facing each other.
I wonder if there's a reason for that. Rose.
But yeah, but otherwise
question.
they're sort of got a southern plantation built, a lot of windows, a lot of columns.
Which one is on the devastated side?
Oh, well, so the
Yes.
the devastation is right between them. Like there's a burn line.
Oh, okay.
And like you can even see it's like up here, but up here what they did is, since it's mostly pastures, is they piled a bunch of rocks up in sort of a ditch.
I've seen something like that a time or two.
I did it once. I mean, I didn't do it. There was an excavator that piled the rocks, but I was just like, "Yep, you're not gonna hit anything."
I was thinking of a mass grave, and you said I did that once. I'm like, oh shit,
No, you
Pat, no.
No, we built
Be done.
we built a ditch on a hill in Tennessee.
No,
Those
he
Georgians weren't
did
gonna kill
build a mass
themselves.
grave.
And that was just to like make a walking path, or fill it in so people can cross.
Yeah. Yeah, and so they lead you in, and most of the house is candlelit, and
They have no oil. That makes sense.
Does it have the fixtures for electrical lighting?
It does.
They're just off. Okay.
Yep.
This bodes poorly.
And yeah, so they they lead you both. Both parties get led into the dining room and serve dinner, and they're very free with alcohol. Though Redfield prefers wine, and at the Montegru's they serve beer.
That makes sense because Redfield's led by the girls.
Yeah, that's actually how that's a detail I made up right now. I was like, yeah, women
Sure
like
was.
wine.
I bet the Redfields like their wine quite.
And as Harry, with his nose for trouble, sussed out, There are a larger percentage of women in the household than you would expect. It's like 65-35.
Of course. Yeah, when he can, he's definitely going to uh, collab with the boys and be like, "All right, listen up. Like, I understand we all are a bit dry right now and I get a bit looser, but remember, whenever one of you get in trouble, every man for himself.
And the other sailors nod at your wisdom.
Look for windows. Eh, be okay with losing your pants."
And like I said, the captain ended up going to Redfields, and you do catch over the course of the night that he is sort of discussing like repairs and other such things with her. But you're very. It sounds like you're very much not interested in that at all. You're interested in the booze and the lovely serving ladies.
Of course, definitely. I'm.
Just oh,
Though,
Oh no, I was gonna say I'm just a sailor,
though, you are determined to tell them to smile less because the ape-like teeth is still pretty discerning. You're like, yeah.
No, he's been with women with less teeth. It's okay.
But yeah, and so you're over at the Montegrews, Pete and
Tibbers.
Tib. Yeah, Tib and Pete are over at Montegrews, and once he gets into his cups, he starts ranting, raving, and wanting to show off his house, and that's up to you if you want to do that or just go to sleep.
Oh yeah. My guy's an alcoholic, so despite being a vegetarian, eating basically like only the plant matter, very reserved. He drinks himself into oblivion. He's blitzed, so he's down to do whatever.
I would be having a little bit just to have something to drink, but I'll tag along with the host. Hospitality has to be
Reciprocate.
reciprocated.
Was he showing us his collection of human ears or
No.
His collection of
They're Redfieldies. They're not
Indian
humans.
scouts.
Nah. So like he's just got like this hall that's filled with like portraits and clearly suits of armor and weapons.
Oh hell yeah!
And he's
Ancient
like
aristocracy stuff.
it's mostly just y'all two, and and maybe one other sailor tagged along, and he's just like, boys, the Montegrews are a long line of warriors, and he smacks next to a painting with some Viking ass motherfucker. He's like, we used to sail the seven seas by our own hand, raiding where we pleased. And you're walking down, there's suits of armor and swords. Touches one of them and says, "That there is my great grandpapa's axe." Takes another swig, stumbles a bit farther, and is like, "Don't you dare listen to the Redfields. It was us who discovered this there island. Them them Redfields were still pagan witches, fucking and summon up Satan in the woods somewhere while we were building a wondrous home."
Oh, how long ago was this? Your ancestors found the island? How long has this division existed?
He tries to count, and he's like, "A long time," and stumbles against a suit of armor.
Blank.
martial excellence is always to be admired.
And he keeps talking about his ancestors, his ancestors that, and
Oh, just a question for him. Where is ancestors kings?
Are you on the ship, motherfucker?
I am
I'm
on the
just-
ship. That's
I'm
what
just
you should
playing.
be asking.
She's thinking that really hard.
Yeah, psychically sending him a message.
Are your ancestors kings? Who said that? Oh, yeah, and I will notice that appears to be some sort of bird on the island that is nocturnal, and as the night has deepened, you just hear it, them off somewhere in the dark. It's a awful, cacophony of sound, and
I can see why everyone left this place.
I will point this out. So, what the hell is that? Sounds like someone's torturing an animal.
yes, those. Don't mind them. They're just a bird. The Smearenburg tern is what we call them. Ain't had no what's the word, bird scientist out to classify them. What is that? Do you know that word? What's the word for bird scientist?
Aviologist?
Aviologist, probably.
Aviologist.
Bird scientist.
That's what Pete says. Aviologist.
Bird master.
But would that be the study of birds or of flight in general?
Maybe the same thing, wouldn't they? Both things fly.
It would be.
Words get used.
No,
multiple
the
times.
actual word is ornithologist.
Yeah, ornithologist.
But I'm assuming it's just talking.
But we're stupid and we don't know that.
Yeah, like aviologist. Yeah, aviologist.
Yeah. So and so he says just ignore them. Some of the people have superstitions about them. That they can tell when someone's gonna die, etc. Poppycock, he says. But yeah, so there's a ton of art in this thing and a couple statues. Roll awareness, because there's one that's odd, but
we might not know it's odd.
Yeah, no, it's Call of Cthulhu rules. If you don't notice the spooky thing, it's not spooky.
Right, I'm supposed to roll 7 dice. I'm gonna do that properly now.
So Jimmy gets it. There's a little statue of what's clearly an angel, right? It's got the wings and everything.
Have the thousands of eyes.
And that's all Raid gets from it. Oh, it's an angel with 12 wings, right? Great, cool.
Sure.
And Jimmy's standing by, and it's like, oh yeah, it's an angel with 12 wings, and he as he's like turning his head out of the corner of his eyes, he's like, and those 12 wings are made out of 12 hands.
Oh.
And you turn back to it, and each of the 12 wings is made out of 12 hands, 144 hands. The angel doesn't have any like actual hands, and then like it's weird, like the statue almost seems to be like it was made out of melted wax. It's clearly stone, like you can touch it. It's about like a foot tall, right? Foot tall, however wide you think the wings should be. And it's clearly some sort of black stone, but it looks almost like it's melting. And each of the 12 hands in the 12 wings seems to have like a little slit in it in the middle, and you're not sure what that is until you see one of the hands, the slit is open and it's an eye. Yeah.
Good God.
It's a spooky statue. So.
What manner of Sahakuilist totem is this?
It's just an angel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and the host hears you and it's like, you've got a good eye. My brother carved that. 40 years ago.
Well,
when did the world dry up?
Like 30. 25, something like that.
Nice.
Before the First War. of containment. How long ago was that, Jimmy?
It's probably in the 1940s now, so yeah, it was same dates as in real
Okay.
life.
30,
19.
40 years. Yeah.
Super.
Well,
Is
I
your
can't ask him anything about that. So if you have
Yep.
anything to mention,
yeah?
it's up to you.
Is your brother still with us?
Uh, no, he passed. Heart attack, big man.
It's a shame. It's loss of a great artist.
It's,
It
it's
is a shame. Pete'll hang his head a little low. It always saddens him.
but yeah, and then
Nice, nice.
he starts going down and talks about their feud with the Redfields has basically been since both families were here. Though no one's died for at least a decade.
Well, that is good. Where were your families from originally?
Uh, he's actually not really sure. Like I said, his family are basically space Vikings.
Hmm. Makes sense. I was going to say that you are obviously very distinct
Yes.
with your family being stouter and more muscular, and theirs being willowy and fragile, supine, if you will.
Well, you actually
No.
got it. You got it wrong. That's the opposite.
Oh,
So he's the only one that's actually like kind of built, but most of them are just long, lanky.
oh, I got it backwards. I thought the red fields were
Yeah,
the
the
short.
Redfields are short and stout, and
Oh,
the
okay,
the Grews are tall and thin, and their arms.
Bruce. Oh
right.
no.
Okay, in that case, I will rephrase and say your people, of course, are gracile and tall, whereas theirs are um, short
Yeah,
and rotund.
yeah. Your host is like 6'5" or so. Like, and his like I said, their hands reach almost to their knees.
Yeah. Okay.
Ray just Ray just got the pun.
So,
Yeah, yeah,
gracile is a great word. I love
yeah. Yeah, see, Raid, it's the indie Vok theory of once you start using a word, it immediately comes up within the next 3 days.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like once you notice it, then the spawning algorithm starts populating it. So we're going around with this guy. He's showing us all his house and all that. Um,
Sure.
where does this end up?
Um, well, yeah. So basically, he gets to the end of the hall, and there's just sort of a painting of him. It's clearly him, and but much younger, and Virginia Redfield, and they're standing, across from each other with it's very obviously that ditch, and shaking each other's hand.
Hmm.
This a hopeful future, perhaps.
It's the truce. He
So
drinks
Pete's
another
standing and
swig.
looking up at this painting and kind of admiring it, and asks, what was this truce? Tell us about it.
The truce was that no Montague and no Redfield would cross that there line in town, and therefore neither of our families would be killed or murdered by the other. There were some issues where some of my compatriots, some of my dear family members, realized the loophole in this agreement.
Firearms.
Yes.
As he says that, his hand naturally gravitates to the revolver in his cloak, just kind of subconsciously.
Uh, I unfortunately had to hang them by myself. But
And
man
so,
cannot go back on his word.
indeed, the world would have been better off if firearms had never been invented.
Finally, we agree on something, Tibbers.
But yeah, and so with that, he leads you back to the part of the building where the sailors are saying and wishes you good night.
We agree, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
We gotta explore that dynamic more. That's fun, but it's been hanging on us for quite a while here.
Yeah,
So,
well, so the night passes. Harry finds one of the ladies who's willing. Go
I
ahead.
definitely, I will make it evidently clear. It's not mostly. It's a bit of, assume, lying, seduction, and
Yeah,
gassing himself up to make him. He's off this island. He clearly could be. I wouldn't say a prince, but certainly, or no, he could. I think the best lie told for sure is that he was a prince on the run. Um, and one day he'll get his throne back and whatnot. But right now he's like a pauper.
yeah.
That's his favorite thing to tell people because it's full of shit.
The
Uh, he won't be there.
the lady he was one of the serving ladies at dinner, so one you had access to
Of
most of the
course,
night to ply with this lie. She bought it hook, line, and sinker.
of course.
Uh, and so
And I'm sure when she's like, "Well, why do you have such a big nose?" He's like, "My family has a long lineage of noses. That's how we know. We were able to sniff out, um, I guess, if you will, the sacred space which was our kingdom."
she
Um,
nods solemnly. I know something of long lineages.
Indeed. That's
thousands of years ago, my ancestors bore the first nose, and
yeah.
since then,
Yeah. No, bore the most powerful nose gifted by God. Um, you
evolved
know,
from the schnotz.
yes, Nozzleheim, if you will. But
Yep,
that's a long tale, and I'll be definitely gone by the time you think about it.
yep. And it's pretty good. It's a good night for
Yeah.
you.
And
It's not a
I
good.
hope the other boys do okay.
It's not a as good of a night for most of them, but two of them rub their brain cells together and realize they can share.
Yeah,
And
no, he's, by the way, the one thing I will say, Pat, is that he's always looking for the means. Like, if there's a certain window or something that he can leap out of or anything like that, he's always ready. Like,
yeah,
um, he's making a plan just in case, because uh, he knows for a fact, like, if things go too well for Harry, it means something bad is tomorrow.
yeah. And you think yourself the window. If you remember right, this window is like over a garden, and so there weren't any like bushes or thorns or anything, so you could leap out and you'd probably be fine. Just try not to hit with 1 foot first. And you're like, yeah, we could do it. Uh, and so yeah, the night for y'all passes, relatively well. The birds are kind of hard to get used to. They are fucking annoying. And Jimmy has this like, because I'm just going off that awareness you rolled before. Jimmy has this like moment of awareness where he thinks he picks out one of the birds that's calling perfectly in time with his like breathing,
Huh.
Oh fuck.
and you're like,
Experimentally, I'll hold my breath for a second.
like you still hear other birds, but like you identified like one unique voice, and yeah, it shuts up.
Oh, that's spooky.
Um, the Haiti has a lovely night on the ship. There's no birds. It's just rocking with the motions of the void. It's a little chilly because there's a hole in the ship, but otherwise it's fine. And a new day dawns. Uh, both of the both of the hosts, serve breakfast, and then more or less shoo you guys out of the house. They do give some advice, which is that so from the houses you can see the jungle. It's still better part of a mile distance, and they say, yeah, you probably shouldn't go in there. It's dense, and you're liable to get lost.
Sounds like that's where we need to go.
To do what? Find a ship
Yeah.
nestled among the boughs of the trees.
And
Oh, nobody will have looted it.
So in the daylight, it is slightly easier to see a couple details. Oh, yeah. So part of the reason they were shooing you out of the house, this is part in my notes, but I almost forgot it, is that it is the void version of Sunday. And
Okay, so church day.
yeah, so they're getting ready for church. Y'all don't have to go. It's not your church, but yeah, that's where the town's gonna be.
Well, I'm sure a strange town has no awkward religious practices, so it's probably fine to skip it. There's no way they could be worshipping like demons or something.
Yeah, they wouldn't be allowed to. I mean, even the Dominicans aren't that bad
The
yet.
yeah, so in the daylight, you can see this thing, and it wasn't something you could see before. Is that there actually are some old train tracks on the Redfield side that seem to lead, if they go straight, straight towards the refinery.
Hmm.
Yep.
Well, it seems like this is a good time to explore.
Do. Let me send part of my map. I gotta take a photo of a map I've been doodling.
Pete is rather reserved and isn't the type to go out of his way to contact others, but since he was there with Tibbs in the house and they're kind of leaving together, he figures asking him. So,
Actually, I don't think I can take a picture of this part without revealing stuff. But so what I wanted to reveal was that there is a outcropping of land, sort of even with these two manor houses, but far off in the distance, and there's some sort of uh, structure on it, and it's some sort of house, maybe a lighthouse.
hmm,
I will, of course, go with Pete wherever. Like, I assume you're going to say like you want to go explore.
yeah, I wanted to check out the refinery, just take a look at what was in there as a curiosity.
Yeah, and you think to yourself, you probably want to get your engineering friend.
Well,
Yeah.
I will also be going to the refinery for independent reasons because I want to explore what the machinery they've got on this island is.
I would hope that we like just coincidentally meet up because Pete wouldn't go back there to be like, hey, come along. But if Katie was, like, hey, machines, then
Yeah.
we just kind of meet up and be like, yeah, okay.
Do you want to go get your friend Hob, or
I mean, I could probably stumble there for some unknown reason. I don't know. Maybe someone
maybe there's some
in
copper you can strip out of the building.
It's true. Maybe we've
Think about it.
maybe we did overhear something about the refinery that something's there.
Well, not just that, but think about where they're going to stash the supplies of booze and the workers.
Yeah.
They're going to have that stashed around that.
That's what we thought. We thought the
somewhere.
refinery meant like alcohol refinery
And whale oil meant,
because we're fucking stupid.
Meant
And
whale oil, yeah.
so yeah, me and the boys, we wake up in the morning and we're like, yeah, let's mosey on over to the refinery, right? There's got to be something over there. I feel like I should have taken some sort of thing that gave me a group of people.
well, wink, wink.
so we're all heading to the refinery, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Just explore it, check it out, see what's going on there. I assume nobody's going to stop us.
Uh, some people ask if as you're all on your way, if you're going to church or not. It's like, oh, hey, bros, the church is the other way. But otherwise, no one really bothers you.
Yeah, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally heading over there. I just gotta go check on something in a moment." And they'll probably be like, "Oh, okay, I'll see you at church." And he's like, "Yeah, fuck you."
Yeah, and the refinery's actually like really close to the ship, since they had to offload.
Oh, okay, there you go. Then yeah, he could use the excuse that he's going to get something on the ship. So
Yep.
That would make sense.
Where was the captain last night? Which house was he in? Was he at the
He's in
Redfields or the
the
Morning
red
Post?
fields. He's actually is going to church.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So,
Yep. Yeah, I need to go get some water, and we will do the refinery.
now, Tibbs, you keep asking me,
Hmm.
what is it like when a man's leg gets blown off? And is it true that you can stop the bleeding by cutting off more of his leg so that the body thinks there's catastrophic damage? Pete isn't saying those exact words. You're probably saying that to him. The answer is no. You don't fix a cut leg by cutting off more of the leg. It just makes him bleed more. It's bad.
I will have to correct my peers' mistake when I return to my homeland.
What is with you and swords and cutting? Those are not good things. People aren't made to cut each other. Why do you carry that with you?
That is manifestly untrue.
Just because it happens a lot doesn't mean it's natural. Men are meant to be together, to form communities, not to sever
And
them.
to make machines.
Pete,
Yeah. It looks sideways at Katie.
what is the most basic sort of masculine community, if not an army?
An engineering guild.
A
Most of the
father.
guys in there are pretty. Well, most of them are men.
It's not a community as much as a family is. Community is made of the families, but you have to have a father, a man, a brother, your comrades in blood. That is the most central unit. To go and chop up another's means not having one of your own. How could you cut your own brother? When you cut someone else, you're cutting someone else's brother. The
This is
suffering
true.
that causes is immense. There's no way you can live with
You do.
that. I, in the war, the one time I had a Chironite in my sights, I missed. It was the only shot I ever fired at the enemy. I have never killed a man. I never intend to, God willing.
Tibbs is, of course, used to talking to normies, so but he does look a little bit kind of let down by that.
a little crestfallen.
Oh,
Not
Harry,
everyone.
wasn't it? Where'd the captain go?
And he looks around. He's like, I don't know. Forever.
Hopefully, he is off sizing off the parts needed to repair the ship.
Yes.
He thinks he's like, oh, wait. That's right. I think he's at church.
Ah, is that the day today? Completely forgotten.
I think so. I mean, he's there probably because of that. I mean, why else would he be there?
Do you think it'll be okay if I miss it just this once? I mean, it's an accident, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine. How bad could it be, right?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for being so reassuring, Harry.
Oh, of course. I'm only a good friend, you know. But as a good friend, of course, how did all of you do over there on the other side of the border? I assume as good as we did, right?
It was very pleasant.
Ah, I see.
Food, shelter. This
Yes,
guy here,
yes.
I don't know how he doesn't have a hangover. Must have had 8 beers in the span of an hour.
I did.
Ah,
I just
you
drank again when I woke up.
There's a feedback loop I've heard. If you drink enough at a certain point, you suddenly go to the other side.
I've
Really?
done that once or
That
twice, but decided to stay away from that side for now.
Oh, it's
doesn't
fun.
sound too likely.
Oh,
I mean,
totally.
scientifically speaking, this doesn't seem probable. You can't turn a negative into another negative, into a positive by adding another negative.
Well, love, if you try it with me sometime, I'm positive, if you will, using being a real scientist myself. I'm sure you'd agree with me by the end.
Oh, you're a scientist as well? I didn't
Oh,
know that.
absolutely. I try all sorts of things.
Referner.
What do you think about the latest development in whale oil?
I think is certainly, he says, pausing for a moment, interesting. Unable to actually comment on
that
it.
hurt. I kicked my computer. Oh.
Yes, I too think it's amazing to think about how much technology is growing. Can you imagine what it's going to be like in 10 years?
Oh, totally growing, right? 10 years, absolutely. He says, kind of trying to nudge the conversation along. But regardless, I did hear this refinery is full of things. So I decided to check up on it, if you will, give it a, a good humanitarian eye.
Yep.
Make
Yeah,
sure it's in working
It's a good
order.
idea.
and yeah, so you all arrived at the refinery. Uh, you know, some of y'all independent of the others, Pete and Tibbs together, and sort of standing outside the grounds at the time, and you can from this angle see the church, and they are still maintaining the truce. All the redheads are going in the left door or the right door, and all the black hairs are going in to the left. Great. But yeah, and you're standing before this, monstrosity of industry, and a lot of the pipes and stuff have gone rusty from disuse, but otherwise it sort of looks like what I've shown there. And there is a big, holding tank. You know,
Hmm.
that's
Holding tank.
yeah,
Hasn't
like
been well maintained.
there's all like this, but only one of them.
Did any of us hear how long this refinery's been left like this?
Several decades.
Yeah, Mr. Montanou was saying it was something like 30 years.
30 years.
Though this
Huh.
this tank seems to be more well taken care of. In that it's got a fresh coat of white paint and isn't rusted through like a lot of the stuff.
That looks unusual. For 30 years, he'd said it was left unused, right?
And from this position you can see some pipes running off, and there is a low squat brick building that's about 35 feet long on one side and about 20 feet on the other. Yep.
These pipes running off from the
Yeah,
chem
and
tank, they're
so
well maintained, right?
yeah, the pipes are well enough maintained. They're above ground. They're several inches in diameter, so they're pretty big. And notably, the refinery's in the middle. The place where this pipe is leading off to is over on the Montague side, Cruz side.
This seems suspicious.
It's
We
a
should
ways
check it out.
it's a ways away, but not like off the dock area.
Let's check this place out. I'm sure that we'll find this is all above board.
Hobnose, roll.
What am I rolling?
What are your skills again?
Let me check. What are my skills again? Good question. I know I have awareness in spades. I have athletics, awareness, profession, boatswain, sailing, subterfuge, intimidate, knowledge, streets, and gather information.
Okay. It's probably just awareness again then.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm good for. Hold on. How did I do it? Input D7. How bad could it be? Oh, and did I do
If
it
it's not
right?
input, it's just roll.
Uh-huh.
It's exclamation mark roll and then the 10d10 t7.
Oh, okay. Okay. Roll 10d10 d7. Nice. Only 3.
It's fine. Uh, while they're discussing stuff, you're looking around trying to find something worth it, and you see a bit of copper, insulated copper wire. It's hanging loosely, and you could just take it down with like probably one pull.
Okay. I mean, he at first before he pulls, I think he's gonna just kind of tug a little.
Uh,
He doesn't want to be that guy that has something fall on his fucking head and kill him.
yeah. So you tug on it a little, and you see like the bracket that's holding it, wiggle a little. Yeah, you probably work it out slowly like this. One good yank, pretty sure.
Something's telling me he's getting a feeling, and it's probably not a good feeling, is it?
Um, you get a feeling that this is 20 feet of wire. One good pull.
I'm sure it's perfectly safe.
Do it. Pull it as hard
Okay,
as you can.
yeah. You know what? He'll try to turn it and see if it'll. Because I know wire. If you turn it, it'll kind of come loose.
Yeah. So let's roll like I don't know, agility for that then.
Fuck it. All right, let's do it. What the fuck is my ability?
Profession theft.
Subterfuge is something I do.
If you want to do it without the
Well,
other
that's
party
charisma.
members noticing, then you can roll subterfuge.
Yeah, absolutely. I want them to not notice. Why would I?
Yeah.
8d10. What T7 or
Yeah, everything's T7 unless it says otherwise. Like your guns say
3?
otherwise. Hey, 3's good enough. Yeah, so you manage to like turn it and slip it out of this like bracket, and it falls with like a thump, but you're you're lucky enough that like the church bells had started ringing right about then.
Uh huh.
And so yeah,
He'll give his silent blessings to the Lord and all that. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God.
through quick furtive movements, you're able to like coil up this copper wire and like stuff it in your shirt with none of the other party members the wiser.
Of course, God was on his side. That's what he believes. He
Yep.
wanted him to have that wire.
But yeah, y'all haven't really explored the refinery too much. Y'all have just been outside of it.
No, of course.
And yeah,
I mean,
so
if this is just here on the outside, then let's see what's
Let's
What's
check
further inside?
that tank. That tank looks. That tank is new.
it's newly painted.
Newly painted. That means someone's maintaining it. There's got to be a reason for that.
Yeah, as a
Is it-
dock worker, Pete knows what dilapidated buildings look like versus newly maintained ones. In this case, it's kind of obvious. But I want to check out
Yeah.
that tank too, see if there's anything in it. Maybe
Oh.
someone's stashing something.
Yeah, there's also a pipe from the tank that leads to the docks, but Haiti can see that one's got the blinds in, so nothing can actually flow through that.
Huh.
Yep.
Guys, come on. Let's take a look at this. This says pipe supposed to run to the docks, but they've stopped it up. Nothing will go through. That's deliberate. That's not just accidental.
Well, if
You mean the pipe was purposefully clogged?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll try to show you what I mean.
purposely
They're
closed
called
off.
blinds.
Yeah. You see these here? That's to
Perhaps
stop flow.
Yeah.
perhaps the
If that metal disc was in, then it would be blinded, and there's like a tab that sticks up.
okay. Perhaps they're concerned about water or something else gathering into the tanks and flowing out to the docks. I don't know. Why would they? Why would they even have a mechanism in place to block it off?
Yeah, in the void, you wouldn't have water going to the shore. It'd be
Somewhere.
somewhere else.
To cut it off, that makes sense because they might need to they need to maintain the pipes, right? So you don't want anything going through while you're replacing them or doing repairs,
Right.
or if there's a hole or anything.
That's well,
And it
maybe
makes sense if
because
they
it's
might
shut.
not have had traffic recently, but
Well,
there's I
presumably
mean,
this place has been out of operation for how long? Years.
Decades.
A long time,
yeah.
whole generation.
But if it's been out of operation? If you said that they said that the oil is dried up,
Yep. That is the words that they
so
used.
why would they bother? There's no more oil. They just and they've left the rest of this place to
Perhaps they're
rust.
hoping. Perhaps they're hoping that the whale population will replenish itself or something.
Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely something off about this. So let's take out that tank. Because I reckon if they've cared enough to lock this off, there's something in there.
Well, shouldn't be hard to check.
In we go.
Okay. Well, so yeah, this tank's bolted up. How do you want to check it?
Well, I don't have bolt cutters, and I don't have a I don't
Notably,
know,
if
giant radiogram.
if it was yeah, if there was something in here where this manway is, if you were to open it, it would all flow out.
Oh,
There might be a way on top, but it's hard to see from ground level.
Is there like a
sure.
ladder that goes up?
You walk around it and you do see where one used to be,
Oh dear.
but it is rusted, and you look, a few feet away and there it is. It's on the ground, It used to be like a staircase thing.
Okay, let's take this ladder up. I'm gonna give it a quick check before we start moving it. How intact is it? Does it look like it'll bear weight or not?
It will probably bear weight, but depending on the weight, it might, a rung or two might break.
I'm hoping Katie's
Okay.
a small woman, so that she would be the least likely to break something.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you say? We want to get you up there?
Let's try it.
All right. Let's work together, get that ladder set up, and see if Katie can get up there.
Yeah, and so you lean this rusted ladder up against the tank, and so it's about a 20-foot climb, and then at the end of it, you're gonna have to do like a little bit of a leap to grab the part that's rusted and had broken off to grab right above it where the top is.
Yep.
I guess so. I will need like an agility or athletics.
Here goes nothing. Okay, I think I've got athletics.
I'll also
They
accept a expenditure of 1 luck
Right.
instead of rolling.
2 athletics. 2 athletics. And what's athletics? It is agility, doesn't it?
Yep, I think so.
Okay. Well, it's not great, but we'll do it. What's the worst that could happen? Hey? What's the worst that could happen here, bros?
What is the worst that could happen?
Good question.
That's good enough.
3.
777.
Yeah, that's right about where currently I'll just remove some of the blinds. If I think something's easy, I'm putting it at 2 or 1. If I think it's like average difficulty, I'm giving it a 3. And if I think it's very hard, it's 4. And if I don't want you to do it, I'll probably give it a 6, and then you'll pass it anyways.
Hmm.
So,
Looks like a 3.
yep, 3
Yep.
is good.
Okay.
Pretty good
Right.
rolls considering.
Good board. So what do I see up here?
Yeah, so you clamber up the ladder. You know, you're standing on the very top rung that you can do, and violating OSHA regulations. You stop having 3 points of contact, and you leap, grabbing the top rail, and hoist yourself up. Getting down might be harder, but you're up.
Oh, what goes up will come down eventually. Okay, so what do I see up here? I'll take a look around for anything.
What do you see, Cody?
So there is a like hatch up top with one of those spin wheels.
Okay, I've seen that. I can see a hatch. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna see what's inside.
Yeah, Tibbs, maybe we shouldn't be standing right in front of this thing, just in case.
Before I open it up, I'm probably going to chuck on my respirator just for the moment.
Probably a
So
good
that
idea.
that if there's something in there, any fumes, it won't take me out instantly.
Okay, and you clamber over the roof. It's a little difficult because it's a little sloped, but you make it over to the hatch, and you spin the wheel. It takes a bit. It had gotten a little bit of rust in it, and so it took a bit of a tug to get it started. But once it was started, you spin it up and you open it, and there's a bit of a clang. But hey, everyone's in church, or they should be. And yeah, like fumes waft out of it, and even with the respirator, you get a familiar sniff of it, and you think to yourself, yeah, that's whale's blood in there. The refined product. You can't tell how much is in there because even with the sunlight, it's hard to gauge. Liquid, if you had like a rope and a rock, you could do it.
See, probably my engineering tools won't give me too much for that.
Nope.
Do that. That's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna.
You could ask one of the party members if they had rope. I don't actually know what everyone has.
I'll shut it down. Does anyone have any rope down there?
No, I do not. But does question: has my character seen any rope anywhere in the past?
I should have got some rope when I left that last port.
You have 20 feet of cable.
Good enough. He slowly looks at them and be like, "Now, don't you lot judge me, all right? I'm a good Christian man," he says, pulling out the cable.
Judge you for what? Jim, I can't see what's happening.
Does anyone have rope? The local knave pulls out the shitty nicked. Well, I guess.
Yeah, he says like, yeah, don't judge me too harshly, okay? I was saving it for a good occasion.
Judge you
Like
for
this.
what?
Shrugs.
Like
yeah,
this.
The tank's about 20 feet tall, so.
Yeah, and he I guess does his best to be like, provided, if you will. And
Thanks,
Yep.
Harry. This would be perfect.
I'd like that back.
Of course.
Yep. And yeah, so with the cable, it's heavy enough to just chuck up there.
There
Easily.
you go.
And yeah, so you can lower it down, and you find that it's about 12. There's like 12 feet of oil in there, and you'd have to do math and measure the diameter of the tank to figure out how many liters that is. But it's a lot, you think.
Okay, we got plenty of oil up here. I'm gonna take the cable out and close the hatch. I'm gonna start trying to make my way back.
hmm
Looking awfully high from up here.
Yes. And it's going to be difficult to get onto that ladder from up here. Hmm.
It was a bad decision to come up here.
It's fine.
So is this thing like 2 stories tall, 3 stories?
It's about 20 feet.
20 feet. Oof.
Yes, that's about 30.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Um,
I've been on top of one of these.
It'd be tough to catch you with my hands if you had like a trampoline or something.
This is pretty high.
Don't worry.
I didn't write any notes on this section because I was like, we're just gonna draw from my personal experience.
Yeah, if you fall, just use your legs to break it and you fall. Don't worry about it.
Wait, I have an idea.
If you
I have a
spend
coat
one
on.
luck, you can get down.
Tibbs, do you have a coat? We could like hold the coat between us and make it like a trampoline that maybe she can land on.
This is true.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
I've got one of these snap coats.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm wearing one as well. I'll just take mine off and use that.
Okay.
Okay. And
That sounds good.
so are you gonna jump into it, or you just still try to get on the ladder and they'll try to catch you?
That's a good question. What do you think we should? Do you think we should just try for the ladder, or do you think I should
I
just
think you should
jump onto the
burn.
coat?
I think you should burn a luck and just get on the fucking ladder.
Yeah. Make it like an action movie. Just jump off.
Boom,
It's exciting.
There you go.
Why did the cable not work?
Oh, the cable worked, but the cable was not to get down. The cable was to measure how much oil was in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Oh, right.
And now the problem is the cable is covered in oil.
Right.
Yes.
That's pretty fair.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to try and clean it off once we get down.
Yeah, I mean, you could clean it off on your own clothes, but then you'd be covered in oil.
Pete
I'll have to
idly
do
wonders
something
if
about it.
lighting that on fire would melt the copper.
That was just what I was thinking.
Probably would. Okay, so the options are to just try and jump onto the coat, or try and jump onto the ladder. Is that right, Pat?
Yeah, or burn a luck, and you'll get down some way.
Okay.
It's your
Well,
call, but I would just spend a luck and fluff it however you want to.
I might just bend the luck then. Okay, how do I do that?
Say you spend it. You don't have black cat, right?
No.
Then that means you started with 5 luck. Several of the party members have black cat, which means they start with 3. So you just mark down that you have 4 luck and tell me how you get down.
I'm gonna try and jump.
Include a lucky break in it.
Include a lucky break. Okay.
Yeah, say you got down this way and it wouldn't have happened except luckily.
Yeah. Luckily, you X, Y, and Z made your way.
Yeah.
Like the ladder breaks and then bends slowly downwards with her hanging on to the end of it.
I'd make a jump for the ladder. Unfortunately, it's been pretty rusted through, and the first few ranks just go right through. Luckily, because I'm wearing my engineering pack, it manages to get caught on the sort of poles the ladder's put on, the rungs are put on. And it's just enough to catch my fall, that I'm able to land on the snap cut.
Ta-da! You're safe. You know, you dust yourself off a bit, and you think, "Wow, today's my lucky day."
That was lucky. Thank you, Tibbs and Pete. Very, very kind of you.
No problemo, little lady.
I'm going to try and coil up the wire as much as I can
Yep.
with the oil on it.
Well,
And
if you look around, it's no problem to find like a piece of shit rag or something on the ground.
There you go.
Got a bit of rag and wipe off the oil as best I can and oil it up with Parspectarium.
Yep.
Thank you kindly.
It was very lucky that you had this on you.
Oh,
Otherwise,
absolutely. It was. I just stumbled into it, you know. Under no circumstance was it anything else.
I don't think it would be. You're a nice, honorable guy.
Absolutely, as honorable as I could be. Yeah, he says, stuffing it away.
Yeah, I think that's funny how that worked out. I was just throwing Sunbro a bone earlier. I was like, well, he's looking for shit to steal, so.
Yeah, okay. And then you're like, wait a minute, it actually worked out. See, exactly.
Okay, so about 12 feet of oil in that tank. So that means we should be fine. They filled the ship with it.
Though notably, your ship's main engine isn't. Well,
Yeah.
one, it's blown up, but two, you know, it wasn't
Wind's
whale
trying.
oil, and they only have like a small repository
Yeah.
for it.
But that's curious. They said it had dried up, but that's
Yes.
a bit over half full. And there's this, and it's well maintained. Well, I mean, compared to the rest of the place. And there's a pipe running off from it.
Yep. And yeah, so this tank's actually at the like edge of the refinery. Like, you know, all the pipes and other stuff, there's a good distance from it. Probably you, the engineer, think in case of a fire breaking out in the other part, less chance of it spreading to the tank and, you know, causing a bomb.
Well placed.
I've seen one of those catch on fire. It's great. Great fun.
There's this building.
How do they have a full tank of this stuff if the oil's all dried up?
Yeah, it's 12 foot out of 20 feet. You'd have to measure the outside, like I said, to determine the actual volume, but it's a lot. Yeah.
So we've got a bunch of unrefined whale oil here.
No, this is refined.
This is refined.
Oh.
It's
Yeah. So that was
usable.
whale's blood, the refined stuff.
Right.
So let's check out where this pipe is going. Oh, it looks like it's heading off into the Montegru side. Huh. But there's this building just nearby. Let's check that out first. Make sure. Let's see if we can find anything in there. Get some whoever's maintaining stuff. They'll have kept records. This is a nice. That's what they do at all the good engineering places. They always keep records. So I'm sure this place will too.
Totally.
Right. So you're going to the building. So the other building where this pipe leads to, it's about like 100 yards away, onto the Montegru side of the divide. Whereas like the refinery is directly in the middle, and actually the width of it.
Oh, in the middle, they probably must have worked together for it. So this is something. This going dry. Probably pretty badly affected the village economy.
Let's check out the middle part.
So the middle part, so more of the refinery. I'll
Yeah,
try to draw
we're
it.
already here.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you venture into the jungle of rusted pipes and valves. You imagine when this place was running that it was quite loud with the hiss of steam and other stuff. But right now it's quiet, eerily so almost, since everyone's at
Quiet, too
church
quiet.
and there's no one around. Uh, and Hobbs is constantly finding little bits of metal here or there. He was like, yeah, that's worth something.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he's looking for something that's like, yeah, I could totally scrap this off to someone else,
Yeah,
'Cause it's all about finding the clientele,
yeah. Honestly, you think to yourself that if you had a weekend and like 2 extra guys, you could
Well, maybe.
quietly like steal everything, nail down, pay off your debts, have enough money to get new debts.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem.
Family member came by.
Happens. What else? But yeah, so as you venture into the depths of this place, you do find a small brick building at the center.
Is this similar to the one we spotted that was on the Montague side?
No, so the Monogre side was large. It was like 35 by 20 feet, rectangular building, and this is sort of a 10 by 5.
Okay, so it's a lot smaller. How is it falling apart, or is it?
So most of the buildings in town are wooden, and this one's actually brick, so it's held together relatively well. And honestly, you think it might be able to survive the refinery exploding, though you wouldn't want to be in it to test it.
Let's check inside here. It's unusual for the town, and they must have used it for something here at the refinery. So let's check it out.
Yeah, why would there only be one brick building? That does seem weird. Worth investigating.
It's probably someone from outside the village, would be my guess. Someone from outside who was probably organising the refinery. Let's go check it out.
Yeah, so you try the door on this, and it's locked. How do you proceed? There's no windows. Like I said, it looks like it was built to survive, an explosion of some sort.
What sort of lock is it?
I don't know locks. It's a lock.
Okay.
Like it's got a key. It's like it's got a place for a key, if that's what you're asking.
No, what I mean is, is it sort of secondary to the door, or is it integral?
It's like a deadbolt, I think.
So it's part of the door, is it?
Yeah.
Like,
Part of the door.
We can't just smash it, can we?
You can try.
Wait, before we try and smash it, what's the door made out of?
Knock on it.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
So you knock on the door. It seems to be like it's got a metal in it.
Okay.
Like it's not a completely metal door, but it's definitely reinforced.
Metal reinforced. Okay.
And the hinges appear to be. Well, I guess they'd have to be on the outside to swing out.
That's an idea. Why don't we try and take off the hinges? I'm sure I've got tools for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can do that with a
Well,
screwdriver and hammer, right?
we'll have to put it
Okay.
back on after we leave, though.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess just roll knowledge engineering since you got the engineering kit.
Let's see. Only
Yeah,
6 successes, bro.
yeah, you know,
Only.
you look at the hinges, you know, you mutter to yourself a bit, pull out just the right tools, tip tap, and out they come. And you know, so it's still, you know, the deadbolt's still in, but with the hinges off, you can sort of move the door enough out, and then just pull the whole door out.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess you just set the door next to the door.
There we go. Nice and open now.
You have enough
As
tips for
all
that.
doors should be.
And yeah,
Thanks, Tibbs.
there's a dark, you know, what I say the room place was 10 by 5, so
10 by
it's
5, yeah.
yeah, so like it's about a 50-foot room, and it's dark. Uh, Once your eyes get accustomed to the darkness, you can see there were places for electric lights. Uh, but the place is full of gauges, you know, that you know probably once told something about the processes of the refinery, but are all now zero. And you know, there's part of the building is separated from the rest, and as you explore, there seems to be, you know, it's an office space. And Hobbs
Hmm.
finds basically where they kept all the tools, and he can rife through that as much as he wants.
Excellent. He's going to be doing so. Probably stuck in the moment of whatever tools they got. I mean, probably the most useful things are wrenches,
Yeah,
screwdrivers
yeah.
of different sizes.
You find all that stuff, and you even find a couple like brass mallets.
Oh,
Since they probably obviously didn't want to make sparks, so you're like, wow, score.
excellent. Yeah, no, pretty much. If he can find some sort of like, I don't know if there's any cloth in the area or things like that to make a makeshift bag.
Uh,
Probably not. Or even a box.
Roll awareness, but
Sure, fuck it.
everyone. So like because they're, I assume the rest of y'all are looking through the office stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Nah, I'm not nowhere near as good as I should have.
yeah, it happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, is couldn't find what he needed.
Be right back. Just 1 second.
Did you want Jimmy and I to roll as well?
Yeah, well, yeah. So like I said, I assumed y'all are looking around the place as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5. Jeez.
Okay. Uh, yeah. So yeah, this is clearly like whoever is the supervisor's area. Uh, there was, you know, a part of the building is like sort of a mud room, and that's where Sunbro is, you know, pillaging. Uh, Unable to find a bag, and so who's who again? So Haiti and Pete gravitate, you know, immediately to the file cabinet as the obvious place, and they're not, you know, a lot of the stuff seems to, you know, not be there, but you do find, you know, some files that are like export, you know, this much oil, import, you know, this much, you know, import this much oil, export this much whale blood.
Yeah.
This
Logs.
many tons of moonstone was used, order forms, and that sort of thing. Um, Jimmy sits at the desk, and
I'm back. Sorry about
he
that.
thinks to himself, where would I hide a weapon and he bangs on the desk and finds a like hollow sound, pulls out one of the drawers, takes out a false bottom, and pulls out a revolver.
Hmm.
And like with that is like the foreman's like notebook.
Nice.
So what did we find, sorry?
Gun, a notebook.
Yeah, so you and Pete found the normal operation stuff just in a file cabinet.
Yep, and then Jimmy
Jimmy
found the gun and
had the supernatural sense of being like, where would I hide a weapon? And found a revolver in the desk in a false bottom, along with the foreman's like journal. I got to
the
piss real quick.
foreman must have been a Templar then.
I got to piss real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Okay. Hmm.
You don't seem
Good.
the type to use a gun, Jimmy. Or Fibbers.
Hmm. Oh, I have one of my own. Pull back my coat. I have a Sabat revolver, ironically. I don't think I have ever fired it.
Huh. I open up my coat and take out my spot revolver.
Ha!
I had to fire this 3 times at a bear, actually, when I was fleeing from Arlon.
Good heavens.
I
Well,
think all the shots missed, but the bear ran off, so I count that as a win.
they probably don't like gunshots any more than I do. But the sensitive ears, Yes, Templars are not supposed to use guns, but if there is a situation in which we cannot get to an enemy to kill him, it is acceptable. Also, one never knows when a firearm might come in handy. Opening doors, maybe. That's why you get the shotgun shell in the Sabat. Great idea.
I was thinking of that when we encountered that door in the barred door to get in here, but
Boop.
figured I didn't want to shred my hand with shrapnel.
Yes, and it probably would have been very loud. Particularly in a place like this, I imagine firing off a gun would draw a lot of attention.
Yeah, I don't think
They're
we
all
should.
worried about this weird feud thing of theirs.
God forbid we rekindle that by firing guns in the houses of our benefactors.
Tibbs suddenly gets his face lights up for a second, but he nods as yes, God forbid.
Okay, I'm going to put through those
Yeah.
regular logs.
And I assume Jimmy's flipping through the book.
Yeah.
A lot of it is relatively normal. But one entry stands out to you where it's just like problem at the mines, and he put quote marks around the word mines. Shipment likely to be delayed. I'm not looking forward to reporting to my superiors.
Mines. Well, they did mention that they have moonstone, local moonstone.
Yep. And there's there's a reference in the book to, it says the German was poking around again. Well, not the German, the Chironite, right?
Basically, the fantasy German.
Ironite. It's poking around.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder who that refers to.
And it continues, and like the last entry is like the goddamn government shutting us down, motherfuckers. They don't understand the good thing they got going. And that's the last one. He's I think there's like a reference that he's gonna go, take a trip to the Albish government to talk about keeping it open.
The southern accent comes through in the writing.
Southern accent comes. Yeah, right.
I love it. Like my favorite accent.
Yeah.
I
It's the only
check
one I got.
I'm checking the logs. What I'm looking for in particular is how regular the refining is.
Sure. Roll engineering knowledge as you pour over these. I will say that it will take several hours to pour through all of them.
I'm not gonna try and pour through all of them. I'm just gonna
Okay.
quickly,
Quickly.
yeah, give it a rough feel.
Okay. You
Only
get
6 bros.
that at the height of its operation that they were offloading basically weekly, and they were getting a ton of moonstone like in. And like so you'd have to see the dimensions of the island, but it's a lot, you know. This place should be covered in holes.
That's peculiar. So, this is a lot of oil that they're producing. A lot of stuff that's coming through. This is unusual. Like, really too much.
It is unusual for a small island to be able to produce this much.
Would I have any idea of a comparable, normal island that's producing this much?
Not really. It's hard to.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like these are the numbers you'd expect out of one of like the core islands. You know, the ones that are like a country.
Yeah. So, like, the whole of
Yeah,
Albion, or
yeah, and like you'd expect that they'd have to like have a giant machine like drilling out a section probably the size of the whole island over like it's been was running for years so in this fashion.
is I almost can't believe these logs. There's This is just not normal. Like, we're talking like Albion. That's how much oil they're producing. That's how much stuff they're doing.
Yeah, like not the whole state of Albion, but like one of their bigger
Yeah.
refineries.
And on this island,
Yeah, just all on this island.
If what you say is true, Katie, then maybe the division in the island came from the Kyrenites in the war. This must have been a strategic target. Would surely have been the recipient of much of the Germans' fire, Kyrenites' fire.
Well, but what they said was that it dried up a little before the war, or at the start.
Hmm.
They were. No one has given you dates.
you'd think that this happening would be it'd have a massive effect. Like, if we're talking about how big it is,
Do we
you'd
know of
have to.
any like whale oil shortage in the last 30 years in Albion? Would any of us have historical knowledge to see if that lines up?
I have
Um,
knowledge history. It's only one. So.
One of us comes from there. He's muted right
Yeah.
now,
yeah, but I don't think Harry has knowledge of that.
though.
How you might have knowledge whale oil, quotation marks.
Yeah, let's
I just want to see if
since Jimmy has
these stories line up.
the actual book, the dates for when they were shutting down was July of the equivalent 1914.
Oh wow. Okay, so right before the first war,
Yeah, right before the first war.
and they've just been coasting on. Well, what's their industry now?
Well, that's why there's no one here.
I guess that makes sense.
Because like I was saying, like this looked like it was a town, like 3,000 people or more.
Used to be big.
Yeah, now it's like 400, 500, and all of that is just the clans. Who I think you've sussed out uh, would not leave this island except in a casket.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like you just got the side from the Montegrews, but they're like, this is where we live, brother motherfuckers. We were here first. And I did say that they had fishing, right? So it's sort of a
Yeah.
fishing village, and they have the little ranch on the side. Space corn. Imagine.
This feels significant. You said it ended. When did you say that this place shut down? Tibbs?
Just before 1914, 2014.
Yeah.
No way, 2114. Sorry.
So that would be what, just before the war, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just before the first war.
They probably wouldn't have shut it down during the war.
Yeah.
So it's weird you think that they didn't start it back up.
What would stop a nation involved in a great war from restarting its biggest oil refinery?
What would stop Albion from restarting their oil refinery?
Well, so you think to yourself that possibly the reason for that could be that some pencil pusher saw the numbers and then did some math and said, "Hey, man, that island shouldn't be there anymore. So maybe shut it down." You don't have to give up.
Civil.
You don't have to give up your whole island, bros.
Unsatisfying.
Yeah. Although, I suppose it might be
You
just.
could just ask.
Did
Yeah.
one of you
I mean, what are they going
ask?
to do? Kill us?
No. Why would they kill us?
Yeah, I suppose it's something we should ask them about. Don't see any
That's
reason
probably
for
a
it to
good
be a
idea.
sneaky thing.
Yeah. There's probably a normal reason for it. Although I can't think of what it is at the moment. But that's just probably just because I don't know what the situation was.
So, we've found a little bit here. Dibs, is that revolver loaded?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
Give me a
Okay.
sec. I'll tell you what revolver it is.
Guess he never had to
Wait.
use it.
Tabu, you said that he wrote that had left and he was going to go to Albion, the government there. Is that right?
Say again?
You said that Foreman had left here to go talk to the government of Albion, right? That's what he said. Yeah.
Petitioning them, presumably, to restart the mines or the refinery.
Why did he leave his revolver here then?
Oh,
His
that's
journal.
a good question. Well, he obviously expected to come back. Maybe he did, and he just didn't bother coming and picking him up. I'm a bit curious as to why he would have a gun in the first place. Oh, well, no, that does make sense. We don't know whether he was a Montegrew or a
That could be it. Although, perhaps
shooting off
was
bullets in a whale blood refinery seems like a terrible idea, though.
Yes. Perhaps he was a foreigner. I
Oh.
mean, from the island.
Also true, or also potentially true.
And that would make more sense, I suppose, because he probably wouldn't trust either of them. They wouldn't trust him.
that might explain why he didn't come back and get his gun. If they turned down his request to reopen the mines, he might have just stayed in Albion and looked for new work.
Hmm.
But that doesn't seem reasonable either. You'd assume that he would have, had some stuff. And
Yeah.
take his gun. Guns are, well, they are kind of cheap, but they're not free. Leaving
What sort of gun is it?
I'm determining that.
Okay, I thought you were gonna saying something, and you were gonna say what it was. But if you're still working on it, then I'll wait until then.
Yeah, give me a sec. So it's a Norminster Mark 7.
Minister Mark 7.
Yep. Fires real fucking Rahu.
The cheap pistol.
Moderately priced.
Hmm. But then, let's suppose he was a foreigner. Wouldn't he have just taken his gun and his journal with him?
Yes, that seems likely.
And even if he didn't think it was going to get shut down, I
If you
don't
go
know.
through that much trouble to hide something, you probably wouldn't leave it where it could later be discovered. Regardless, we're not going to figure that out just sitting here.
That's true. What about, suppose we should check that other building then?
Oh, you can?
Agreed.
Though I feel like we should probably put the door back here first. Just so that we're not damaging anything that's not ours,
So with all the files removed, Hobbs, you look over and you think to yourself that that file cabinet, the little bin, you could fit shit in there to carry it out.
Well, there we go. Because I'm probably gonna have to step out soon. So what I will do, when they go off to like check out the other building, I'm gonna get the file cabinet, like the bin, get all my shit and hoof it.
Move it back to the ship or something.
Yeah, and then try to store it somewhere smart.
Fair enough.
At least even under my bunk or something.
Yeah,
Maybe I got like a
I was gonna say I
what?
probably won't continue too long after you leave.
Yeah, because
Probably
I'm
only
leaving probably at 4:30. I gotta get some shit ready.
probably only an hour or so after that.
Yeah, so I'll at least let the character
Okay,
be stuck to his own vices in the meantime, and you guys can check out the building.
cool.
Right? Yeah, he'll just go and strip some more copper out of the walls.
Pretty much the idea, he'll probably take the fucking mallet and like bash some shit off, and then be like, "Excellent, I filled up my box. I'm gonna bring it back." And anyone's like, "What do you got there, Harry?" He's like, "Nothing. Don't you look."
I'm sure Harry is just bringing back some tools we need to help repair the ship.
Definitely, yeah.
Let's
He'll
search
probably.
those
You
gears.
know what? That is pretty smart. He'll probably let them like take a little bit of the tools, like he'll hand them out, be like, "Yeah, I found some stuff," and the rest of it he's gonna fucking stash here, like he's a good guy, but he's a fucking asshole.
He sounds like a very good guy, helping
Yes,
out, doing whatever he can.
just to try to avoid notice. But all right, boys, I'll catch you later.
Okay,
I gotta
Okay.
get ready.
fair enough.
Take
Uh,
care, Sunbro.
So,
All right,
See
it's
you
good
later.
playing
man.
with you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good to play with you too.
Okay, all right, bye.
Wee.
Bye.
Seems fun. I like him.
Yeah.
He is. I have never had a bad game I've played with Sunbro.
Yeah. I hope you all
Actually,
having fun
this
so far.
character. Oh yeah, this character is actually based off the last character I played in a game with Sunbro. Who? This was back in Riddle of Steel.
Oof, that's
Pink
pretty far.
rolled 21 dice for tech use equivalent checks.
Oof. So,
Anyway, yep, let's keep going.
off to the next building?
Off to the next building.
Yep. Okay. The door to here is not locked. It's, like low, long building. And you enter it, and you're immediately overwhelmed by a very intense smell of fish. It like clings to your skin. It's just a very, very
Fish.
powerful. Yeah, fish.
Is that fish quotation marks or
Fish.
Fish.
Yeah, both.
Okay. Smells like fish in here.
It's
That
fish.
means this must be fresh stuff.
Well, no. So it's like the old,
Yeah, no, I know.
it's the
It
old,
might...
old smell of fish. Oof, pungent. And so, this building had it didn't have windows down low, but it did have ones higher up, and so they let enough light in that you can sort of see that there's a bunch of machinery in here. Yep, and there's like conveyor
Machinery.
belts,
This
some
is...
sort of hopper,
Okay.
various other things. Yeah,
Okay.
it's some sort of small factory
This
thing.
is great. Let's check it out.
Yep. Okay. What you wanna do, what you wanna look at.
I don't know that all the machines. Probably start off with the conveyor belt to the hopper.
Yep. Okay. So, you look into this hopper, and down at the bottom, down in there, it's uh, some sort of shredding machine. So you guess from the smell in it that fish fish get shredded up into small bits by this hopper, and then they go down a chute towards the next big machine.
Okay. So this must be where they process the fish then.
Yep.
So...
And you go look at the next one, and it looks like
Hmm.
it's some sort of extruder. It extrudes the fish into, and you look at the indentations, probably some sort of can. And yeah, this is some sort of cannery, you think. Though the power isn't on, like you tried the lights, so uh, they're not currently using it, but it has been used, more recently than the refinery. Like, there's some rust, but you spot evidence of fresh grease and other things being applied in the right spots.
Okay. This has been used recently. Look here, look at this grease, that's new. They must have used this, well, in the last week or so.
Maybe a little longer than that, but
This is still probably active.
yep.
And it's all electrical, which means they must still be using that whale oil. But that doesn't make sense. Let's suppose the refinery has been shut down for those 30 years. How are they still getting all the whale oil they need for this place? Like 30 years, this thing running. This doesn't make sense. Do they get the whale oil from somewhere else? Are they importing it, maybe? But why?
Where are the fish coming from?
It's a fishing village.
Yeah, that makes sense. Fish come, if they're harvesting the fish, they're
Are
fishing
there just
that.
like void fish out there that you just catch in boats? Is that a thing?
It is now.
Yes.
All right. So the fish themselves aren't what's weird.
I mean, so there's like what? There's the kelp forests or whatever, and then there's squids, right?
Yeah.
So there's void fish, air quotes.
You might know them as squirrels.
We may know them as
Yeah.
The aqua squirrel. Call an aqua squirrel.
yeah, and so yeah, they're just besides whales, they're the things that the squids eat, and they generally eat kelp. And there's probably some sort of kelp forest near the island.
So what's going on here? What's the deal?
There's a cannery.
Well, yeah,
But then,
but like,
the
why is it
cannery
here?
doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's right. Why is it here? It can't be for the village. The village is getting the fish, so it can't be for producing for them. So it must be being sold elsewhere. Okay, that I can understand. But then how is it getting sold elsewhere? They've got those little boats they're pushing around. That's innovative. I like the idea, but they can't be going too far with those, especially not with the load. So then someone else must be coming here and picking them up. So they must have ships coming in somewhat regularly, but then they should have oil or fuel stations for them.
So I think we need to ask about this and get a better understanding what's going on here. At least until we get our own boat to get off the island.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I think we should just ask them. I'm going to say, oh, we're just looking through the refinery and we spotted some things. We just want to better understand
Yeah.
how things work around here.
Are you gonna look around here anymore?
Yeah, I should probably keep looking around because A, there are machines here, which there aren't in most other places on the island. That's a shame for the island. Machines are great. Everywhere should have machines. And also, maybe we can help them out because they're being hospitable to us. Maybe there's something here I can help them with, like making it more efficient or something like that. Efficient, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's look around here, see if we can make it more, see if we can do anything to help them and sort of repay them for their hospitality, and then go back and ask them.
Yep.
Go
So
back.
like looking around there, you find a couple like old cans that are they're just printed canned fish, more or less, no markings on them. Otherwise, you might have even eaten some of this generic fish before. And towards the back, there's a medium-sized generator that Haiti thinks could, power the building. But checking it, it seems that they have followed proper procedure, and it is currently not have any gas in it because that might damage it. But it's not in use.
Maintenance, at least.
And there's a door that leads to what you could think is an office, and it is locked. Do you want to break it down? Do you want to, It opens inwards, notably, so depends around the
Probably
inside.
don't want to break this one because it's. Yeah, I think breaking in would be wrong.
Yeah,
I think it was
they
okay
obviously
for the
still
factory
use this
because
place.
they don't use that, but this place, someone probably has their stuff, and then that wouldn't be right.
Yep.
Okay. So maybe we should head back, check with the captain, see what the plan is. See if there's because if there's because if they're doing the cannering here, they must have a ship coming in every so often. So it's possible the captain's already found out about that. He's already organised our transport off here. And then we can chat with the village afterwards and see what the rest of the go is.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Agreed.
Okay. So, what was the first part of that?
We're going to go back and find the captain and see if things have changed.
Okay. So, he went to church. You're just gonna head up there and wait for him to come out, I guess, or wait on the ship. What's the?
We should
Yeah.
firstly check with the ship because might have. It's been some time since church starts. They might have finished. Might have already gone back to the ship to check it out. So we'll check with the ship first, and then we'll go to the church if he's not there.
Okay. And as you're like exiting the building, you hear the ringing of the bells, and it's about noon. And people are probably headed home or home already from church. So you might catch some eyes from people, but no one really asks any questions because they're like, maybe they were supposed to be there. Who knows? But yeah, you go back on the ship and find the captain in his quarters.
Do we find the captain in his quarters?
Yep.
Okay. So let's check with him what his plan is.
Okay. Give me a sec. Drink some water. Oof. And
Next
yeah,
time, Pat, you
he
just have to drink a pail of water.
a
Right at the
whole
start.
pail every time. And yeah, so the captain, looks up from, right in his captain's log and says, how can I help you, boys and ma'am?
Excuse me. We were just wondering. We've been looking around the village. We just wanted to know if there had been any plans or any updates about when the ship would be fixed, or if there are any other plans. Sorry to bother you.
No worries, he says, putting his notebook down. I've been talking to Madame Redfield, and she says some of her boys are quite handy vessel makers. They used to, they're getting on in years, but they used to work for the refinery, making those lovely Holden vessels, and I think we can fashion a larger containment vessel for whale oil, and we can put her along on the backup engine to a closer point. There's been a bit of a sticking point, because she's been telling me that they do have a supply of whale's blood, but the price she is charging for it is astronomical, quite frankly.
They do that. That doesn't make sense.
And I was having a lovely chat with a man after church. What was his name again? I remember. Jonathan Johansson. He's actually the mail clerk on this island. Did you know they still get mail from the Royal Mail Service? Once a month. He said we just missed them. And quite frankly, I don't want to pay the prices she's offering. And, the goods I got on board, they're non-perishable. So I'm thinking about a long shore leave.
We're going
Makes
to stay
sense.
here for a month.
It's a nice place.
Quite a detour, Captain.
Well, I would lose more money paying what she wants.
how exactly is she requesting payment? Do you just have like a stash of what, dollars?
Points to a
Where would she
safe.
spend them?
That's a good question. I don't ask where she'd spend money.
Mm,
That's her business.
Well,
If she
the
gets
mail was,
royal mail,
yeah,
other
there
ships
must
have
be
to
other
stop by.
visitors.
yeah.
Might be less than a month if we can hitch a ride with someone on the way back.
True
I'm
enough.
sure it'll be fine. Um,
I have no intention of staying here longer than I need to. This is not my destination.
I understand your concerns, but it's out of my hands. It's like it's like I'm willing to refund. Where's the other guy? Well, no matter. I'm willing to refund you your bunk fees. I think that's only right considering the circumstances.
He'll take it without haggling. He's only got a bit of money in his pocket, so any bit more will help.
Yeah. Uh,
that's very kind of you, Captain.
and
Um,
y'all all agree to it. None of you are like, okay, so
Captain, sorry, if I may, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn.
no, go ahead. He sort of got his wallet out and he pulls out, you know, 3 crisp 10s to hand to y'all.
You said you were going to talk to the vessel maker and try and expand that backup engine. Is that still happening, or was that just in case you were going to go with the extra whale oil?
That was part of the price of the whale oil.
Okay. I'm happy to help out in any way for the ship. It's been really, I wouldn't say fun, but it's been an interesting learning experience.
I'll keep that in mind should it come up. He hands you your money. He's like, you're welcome to continue using the bunks. We aren't going nowhere, so I don't see why not. And you're welcome to find your own place to stay. But unless you added something else, I'm gonna get back to what I was doing.
Thank you, Captain.
No, nothing else. Okay.
That's all I got here.
Yeah, and he shoos you out.
Do you remember when the captain first started directing us towards this place?
It was after the explosion.
Yeah. Well,
What
I
do you think?
recall he said that he'd been here before.
Yes.
You remember that? On a mail ship.
Well, that's true.
Okay. This. When. I wonder when he did that. It must have been after the refinery shut down. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't look old enough to have been a crewman sick. Well, actually, I don't know that. How old is the captain?
He's pretty old. He's like 50s, almost 60s.
Okay, so maybe he was here back when he was just starting out as a young man.
That is what he said, at least.
Yeah.
There's someone else we can ask about what we found. Mr.
Who's
Montague
that?
might know something.
That's true. We could speak to the Montagues directly.
You haven't met him yet, Katie, but he seemed like a fine gentleman.
Oh yeah, he's a nice guy. He might be a little upset that we went, poking around the refinery, but I doubt it.
So what's he gonna do? Accuse us of breaking a rule he hadn't laid out?
Yeah, I don't think anyone would do that. That'd be
Worst case
That'd be
scenario, we just run across the line and stay on the Redfield side for the rest of the month.
um, but it sort of strikes me as odd
What does?
that the captain's been here before, right?
Right.
And the Redfields and the Montagues must have been probably in the same state back then, right?
Presumably.
From the story they told, yeah.
But it seemed like I don't know.
Well,
When he
we'll
was
have to
meeting with the people, it seemed, I don't know.
we'll have
Maybe
to
I'm
hold on
just,
to suspicions.
yeah. Oh, it's a silly thought anyway. Don't mind me.
Let's go see if they're all out of church and if we can speak with Mr. Montague.
That would be wise.
Probably, yeah. Let's do that.
Well, so he did. The captain did say that he talked to someone after church, so presumably, everything's wrapped up. And you wanted to go to the Montague mansion, I guess.
Yeah, I
That's correct.
suppose that's our best bet of finding him.
Okay. Yep. And your trek through town is uneventful unless you want it to not be. You think you can spy Hobbs from up on the hill? You think you can spy him, making trips back to the refinery? What a character, that man.
Incorrigible little scoundrel.
I know he's a looter. I just don't care.
He's probably going to see what else he can find around there and see if there's anything else that can help us in this situation.
Not only is he a looter, he's also a point and shooter.
I'm sure he's a good person at heart.
But yeah,
Out of character here, a thought strikes me. Suppose we took a gun and went back up to that whale blood thing, stuck the gun in, and pulled the trigger. What would happen?
you might ignite it. Depends.
Okay. That's the nuclear option. That's the PC option.
What about, hear me out here, what about if we move the refinery over to one of the sides of the island and then ignited it?
That would be impressive.
Well, no, it would probably be a bit difficult to move.
A bit
but
difficult.
a little bit. I admit there could be some difficulty for us in there.
I laughed too hard. Ugh.
But presumably then we could just push the island back to where our destination is.
Fly the whole island.
I don't have anything else I would want to do. Do either of you have something else you want to do before we try to talk to Montague?
Well, not particularly. Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have a person for this? But yeah, so as you approach the house, a couple of the you know let's not say a couple, four of these slimy Montagues approach you. It's like they're chewing whatever the local equivalent is of snuff. Spitting is like, it's like, do you got business with Mr. Montague? They stay fanning out, and they got this like slimy, greasy look to them.
Oh no, thugs. Yeah, we want to
Yes,
thank him
please.
again for his hospitality and ask him about something we found that may be of interest.
He chews that over for a bit, before spitting a bit, and he's like, I suppose that's fine. Y'all were his guests after last night, and he does look at Haiti a bit, except for you. You didn't stay over there at that Redfield house now, did you?
Nay.
Oh
Yeah, talking about
no,
Haiti.
I was on the ship. Just trying to see what I can do to help it get fixed, so not causing any more trouble for you.
He spits again. A fence sitter. So, well, on with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You could hear
I think
that.
we left the other guy behind.
Yeah, not only did he stay there, he fucked one of them.
Yeah, and this is the first time you gleaned that the first choice you made might have made you pick sides accidentally.
Voices have consequences.
No.
Ruh-roh.
And which one did the captain choose? Was he with the Redfield or the
Yeah, he was with the
Montagues?
Redfields.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
So, with a manner like this, we just kind of walk up and knock on the door.
Yeah, you knock on the door and like sort of butler fellow. Like he's like he's not got the whole dress thing going on, but he's
He's
clearly
approaching that.
yeah. He's clearly got humbler clothes on, and he's like, "Yes." And I
Excuse
assume you
me.
say what you say to
Yeah.
the other guy.
Yeah. Yep.
And he says, "I'll announce you. He's having his afternoon tea." He disappears for a bit before coming back and motioning you on, and you join him in a lovely little lounge. He's got tea and biscuits, and he's like, I didn't expect to see you boys so soon, and you brought a lovely lady with you. You know, stands up, shakes your hands with his abnormally, freakishly long fingers. It's really weird. Like his fingers are long enough that when they wrap around your hand to shake it, they touch his hand again.
Jesus. I will look around for a
That's
piano.
pretty abnormal.
You look around for what?
For a piano. Just glance idly around the foyer or wherever.
This room doesn't have one. It's just a small one. It's got a lovely view of his crop fields. And they're swaying in a gentle breeze. Uh, he motions you to sit down. Help yourself. Rings the bell, gets some more tea brought in. What can I help you boys and man with?
Well, that's my first time I've been on, so I was walking around with these two and a third of our number. Then we were looking around and looking at the old refinery.
I wanted to know a few things. Hoping you could give us a bit more history, like you did last night about your island here.
It's
I do want to specify his island.
nice. I'll mark you up a point. No, and he says, what a sad state it's in. All rusted apart. Whole town's like that now. Sad, sad the way Smearenburg's going. Once we clear them Redfields out, probably in my grandson's time, things will get right again.
What made it have such a downturn? When did that happen? It used to be good. When did it go bad?
Well, at the time, my brother, bless his soul, was head of the family, and those Give me 1 second. Searching for a word. Those with better knowledge than I decided that for the sake of the island, it was best to ramp down production. Moonstone and floating islands and that stuff. We weren't too interested in sinking into the void. At this point, roll awareness.
Dun, dun, dun.
A low result for me. Only one.
Only 3.
Uh,
If only we'd had our big-nosed man here.
I mean, Jimmy rolled 4.
4 is good.
Well, it's not too bad.
He's lying about something. You know. That's what Jimmy
He's
thinks.
lying about something.
I will not say anything, of course, and so as not to be rude, but I'll narrow my eyes slightly.
Yeah, and we started ramping down production slowly, and the powers that be back in great Albion said, you know what? Why don't we just stop? Oh, we're losing money now. Though the foreman, God bless his soul as well, weren't too happy about it. He rather liked his job, I do think, sitting in that building.
Where is the foreman? Did he move on to some other job, or?
You could say that. You could say that indeed. Uh, he's moved on to working on that great ziggurat in the sky. Tragic, really.
Oh, unfortunate. How
What,
did he perish?
he's dead? What happened?
Absolutely. Well, at the time it was before the Great War, but tensions were high, and that ship he was on, it never showed up.
He left, but never came back.
Yep. We got a missive, along the mail ships, to his grieving widow. She moved back with her family back in London, so God bless her soul as well.
Was that foreman from around here, or was he also from London?
No, he was a government official,
Oh, yeah.
Only I can count on my 2 hands the number of citizens who have left the Isle. This place is home. One of them being our good doctor. Oh, when did I give her name? Yeah, our good Dr. Carla.
Your doctor left?
Yeah, study medicine.
Ah. Oh, and is she back now?
Well, yeah.
Ah, sorry, I'm just a bit. As I said, it's my first time to visit your island.
Yeah, a couple of boys went out of Warren. Showed them Chironites what's for, Continued our long tradition. He gets a little like far-eyed look, thinking about his warrior ancestors or whatever.
I also get a far-eyed look, but for other reasons.
That's very noble of them. To go out and defend
Yeah, I just say
Mhm.
if we were conducting the war, we would not have surrendered till the last of us was in the ground.
Indeed. Against an implacable enemy, that is the proper response. You are most wise. Speaking of the enemy, it is possible that your woes may be in some way related to Chironite interference. Has there ever been a Chironite in Smearesburg?
Well, now that you ask, I do recall that there always has been at least a Chironite on this island. You've no doubt you've seen the Loud House, haven't you?
Yes, off on that outcropping.
Yeah. Uh, Currently, its inhabitant. What was his name again? Gunther Burchard, I do believe. His father, used to poke around on this island long ago, but and he moved here rather recently, last couple of years. I can't remember which. Uh, Clearly, he's got his own bone to pick.
Well, perhaps we will speak with him.
You be
I
careful. You be careful out there. He's got a few screws loose.
I didn't want to mention that we found the journal, so I had to find some roundabout way to bring up
That was
Chiron.
good. I like that.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yep.
All right.
Um,
Is that everything?
I think that's everything. So, what we found out. Okay, so we were shut down by the Albion government. Started off by ramping it down because of the Moonstone.
Yeah, it was
And
the Islanders who
right,
were ramping down.
yeah, yeah. And it's possible it was because of the Moonstone. That's their stated reason. Ah, one thing we have to talk about is how does the island still survive? That's what I want to ask. So the refinery has been shut down and it's been closed for a long time now. If it's just before the war. So how does your island support itself? The fishing?
Uh, we're mostly self-sufficient around here, but you do have the right of it that occasionally we do need things not produced on our island, and you've seen the cannery, no doubt, the long building. Well, during peak fishing season, there's way more than our islanders can eat, and can it up, and we have a deal with a couple cruisers that come through, and they pay us decently.
That makes sense. It's a really efficient use of your island's resources.
Absolutely.
Alrighty. What else is there to ask him? I don't think there is anything.
He is more than happy to shoot the shit and eat biscuits for a bit. So, uh,
We probably want to do that. Stay on his good side for the moment and see if there's anything else that he might let slip. Particularly about the red fields, because that might be something. If we know a little bit more about them or about what he says about them, that might help us when we have to come back and deal with those.
Yeah. Like, the narrative trope here is that each one's going to tell us a bit of the truth, but we won't know for sure. But what if we just, didn't talk to the Redfields at all? We were just like, nah, screw it. Montanu's nice, treats us well. Don't got to go hang out with no red-haired people.
Yeah, this ectomorphic Marfan syndrome guy is pretty nice.
I kind of picture him as the giant from Twin Peaks.
Right.
But yeah, so maybe we can go talk to the Chironite. Because what else is there to do?
We might want to talk also to that mail clerk. Because
Oh yeah, if we can
he's
find him, that'd be great.
yeah, because if we have been told that Albion shut it down, and that the islanders were ramping it down before that, so let's see if we can verify that, and also we can try and work out how long he's been on the island.
Additional people that are not aligned would be that you know of is the preacher, who you've not got a name for.
That's the other person we should probably talk to. Because as far as I can see it, we've got two things that we want to two mysteries, at least to me, that sound like we need a solution. First one is the actual refinery, because I told it was ramping down, but we're also looking at some of the details, and the island shouldn't be here. So there's something wrong there. The other thing is the cannery itself, and me. And part of the problem is if I recall correctly, the cannery is on the Montague side, isn't it? Montague side.
Yep.
Yep. So, what about the red fields? Do they have a similar sort of thing? And if so, how's that being powered? We got the whale oil that's at the refinery, and that's being used by the Montague, as far as we can tell. That's where the pipeline goes to that cannery.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the Redfields? How are they getting their oil? The fact that that tank at the refinery is being somewhat maintained. I think that's a bad sign. Also, the other thing is that why are the Redfields trading for coin? I can understand trading for goods, but if they get the Royal Mail every few weeks, every month or so, and maybe a ship every so often, why does she need cash? That sounds like a weird thing that we want to deal with.
I have a question too. The whale blood we found was part of a it's on the divide between the two sides, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's literally in the middle of it.
Who says it's the Redfields to give? The captain happened to go that way. If he had ended up at Mr. Montanu's house, would he be the one offering it instead?
That's a good question. No way to know.
That too, but it doesn't necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily be certain that she's offering it from that.
You think she has another supply?
I would guess so. Because if that was the supply, I would guess that she'd try and cut off the Montague's access to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that does make sense. You wouldn't want your enemies to be able to go up to it legitimately too, because it's on the border.
Yeah.
Snorter.
So that I don't think that's the only supply. I'm just going to write these down so you remember these questions. Okay. Moonstone.
Where do you guys want to go
No.
next?
I would say the lighthouse myself, but you could go.
So
I'm tempted to go there too. Is there somewhere you'd like to go, Sark?
no, let's go to the lighthouse. I'm just writing here so we get the Moonstone, the cannery, the oil supply of the Redfields. Why the Redfields haven't cut off the Montagues. And also that was another thing. If I recall correctly, when we first came to the island, we bumped into when we were going through the crowds. I think, did you mention that there was a couple in the crowd from
Yes.
both tribes holding hands?
Yes. Jimmy saw someone reach
Okay.
across and do some hand holding.
This is true.
Okay, so there's the 5 mysteries. Moonstone is the moonstone that's used for the refinery,
Because
the
I think that was
cannery,
like the second time, or that was the first time you rolled 6.
the oil supply of the Redfields, why the Redfields haven't cut off the Montagues, and the race mixing. That sounds like it would be something far, far worse than Romeo and Juliet sort of thing.
Yep.
In terms of the reaction that we get. Also, there's about under 10 people who have left the island from the tribes.
Yeah, most people who are here stay here.
Okay. One of them was a doctor who's come back.
Yep.
And one was the refinery official. The refinery official wasn't from here.
Yeah, the foreman was from somewhere
Yeah.
else, government
Yeah.
official. He left but never came back.
And there's
Yeah.
a
Widow left too.
unindicated number of people who went out to fight in the Second War of Containment.
Yeah.
To the lighthouse we go then.
Yep.
It's easy
Okay.
to find, I assume.
What was that?
It's easy to find, I assume.
Yeah, you can see it from here. It's about like even as far as elevation with the 2 manor houses. It is directly across Redfield land, so you'll have to cross the divide, and it's kind of a far walk. It's a couple miles, you guess. And between walking from the refinery, talking to the captain, walking back up here, chit-chatting with the Montague, eating some biscuits. It's about like 2:30, maybe 3 in the afternoon. And it'll be getting towards like 5 by the time you arrive at the place, and probably dark by the time you would get anywhere like to rest.
We could go there tomorrow.
Yeah, and with
Or-
all this moving around, we could take a rest and
If it's going to take until tomorrow, why don't we go check with the preacher then?
yeah, the church isn't that far away.
Though you could always ask to stay with the Chironite overnight.
Well, that's assuming that there's going to be beds there, that he's not going to try and murder us in our sleep.
Assuming
There's all sorts of reasons
anything.
not to do that.
I mean, you could still move around town at night. Nothing bad will happen. What?
Well, it's going to be quite dark. There's no electric lighting here. We'll have to use torches, and we know that there's some people on this side who are like, "Hey, you didn't go to those other people's side, did you?" And if we had, who knows what would have happened? I wouldn't want to be accosted at night.
It's true. I do have a flashlight.
Oh, the light of Zeus in your hand.
Yeah, I was just wanted to inform you of.
Sure.
But if
I would be wary of that.
if you hurry and if the conversation's short, maybe you can. Who knows?
Get back before nightfall. Who knows what manner of critters are around on this island as well.
I still think we talk to the preacher today, and then we can have a rest and tackle the lighthouse in the morning.
That makes sense to me too, assuming
Yeah.
we can find some food. I mean, it was nice to have a meal, but I don't think we can rely on them feeding us every day.
Well,
We need to go back to the ship for rations.
the ship said you could continue to bunk there.
So, preacher man.
Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah, it's not too far to the church. Uh, it's probably the Templars like it's a old style Albinican church. It's pretty nice. And you can freely enter, and there's probably one of the under under preachers or whatever. I don't know. I should really look up some.
Deacon
Yeah, deacon. Yeah,
or acolyte?
Yeah.
Or
Probably like
subdeacon?
probably a deacon or a subdeacon probably greets you. It's like hello, brothers and ma'am. How can I help you?
Well, we
You've
were.
missed service, I'm afraid.
Yes, sorry, this is our. We'd just come to the island and I guess we lost track of time. Would the priest be available? We just wanted to have a chat with him about some of the things I think he's probably seen on the island with, the division, I suppose.
I'll check with him, but I do believe he's free. He says, and you're welcome to sit on one of the pews while you wait.
Thank you. Okay, that's.
Yeah.
Some of us would take it. Let's not take a seat on the pew. Let's keep looking around the church. Let's look at what they've got around here.
Yeah, it's it looks it's a pretty large church. It's got you can see that there's seating actually on a second story, but with the current state of the town, you doubt they need it. But yeah, so this church was definitely built during the town's heyday. And they've got some lovely stained glass windows and such. And it's about 5-10 minutes, and the subdeacon shows back up and motions for you to come with him. And yes,
Yeah.
go.
I was just going to say, are there any particular local devotions or saints that they've got around here that are unusual?
The subdeacon can't think of any himself. They're pretty by the book. He's heard some rumors that the previous preacher might have had a few ideas about Genosis and Sahaquil that don't line with the church, but he wasn't here at that time, so
Yeah.
I'll bring up now that you've mentioned it. I'll bring up that weird statuette that we saw in the Montague place.
This escaped my notice, so you're the one who is like, hey, actually, that statue is really weird. And I'm like, what? I would have noticed something like that, right?
Because presumably this is a Genosian town. It's like, well, that was very clearly a Sahaquilist icon.
Yeah. Yeah. He says, yeah, he's actually seen the statue you spoke of, but I wanted to remind you that the the Albinican Church and the Chironite Church have an agreement that Genosis and Sahaquil are the same name for, or different names for the same entity. Though the Chironite Church would probably consider the statue heretical, since bad things happen to people who carve images of Sahaquil.
Yeah, that's true.
So his personal opinion is that it is therefore a statue of Genosis, the aspect of Genosis. So therefore, say okay, right?
Interesting.
But that's his personal belief. He doesn't think there's a church ruling on that. He'd have to look. He's just a subdeacon.
How unusual.
Yeah, and he leads you to the preacher's office. It's kind of cramped with the three of you, but you do find places to sit or stand comfortably, relative. If you'd had a fourth person, this would be miserable.
No, thank goodness.
Thank goodness we don't have a fourth person.
Right? Somewhere Hobnose sneezes. I can smell someone talking about me. But yeah, he's like, as welcome, gentlemen. He's like, I don't think I saw you this morning at service. I would have recognized you amongst the crowd of familiar faces. He smiles a bit because he figures you understand what he means. Wow, people who don't have weird physiognomy.
Yes, I can understand that. We were quite. It's our first day in the town, and we were a little. I don't know. I suppose we lost track of time.
He nods. He's like, he's sure Genosis understands being tired from a long day's work. Though don't make a habit of it.
I won't. There's something we've noticed around here, and I suppose we wanted to talk to you to get to know, I suppose, a little bit more about him.
He says, he's happy to tell you what he knows, but he's really only been preacher here for about 7 years. He wants to say, ever since the previous one passed.
We've noticed there's quite a bit of division amongst the townspeople here.
Quite, he says, though. His flock haven't, committed any of the violence that he's heard of and read in his predecessor's notes. So, rivalry isn't always bad, and he kind of just shrugs. But do you have any more specific questions about the? He's like, let's just say it, the feud.
Yeah. I suppose there seems to be. I suppose this island just seems to be a mystery. I know we know there was the oil refinery that used to support the island, and that's gone now, shut down. And from what we've found about it, it seems to be difficult to imagine.
Imagine how?
As in, it seems to have been, from what we know, what we've heard and read about it, it seems to have been pumping out. I suppose it's a little bit of a technical question. I'm sorry, forgive me. It seems to be putting out a lot more, oil than it should have been, just because of the moonstone.
And he nods a bit and he says, that's really beyond my expertise. I'm a man of God. I'll tell you what I believe. I believe that my predecessor wasn't quite strict enough. You've seen, the inhabitants of this town. There's no way you get looking like that, living a holy life. Uh, I haven't figured out where it's coming from, but clearly these people have descended into some sort of sin, and it's my job as preacher to make sure they give it up, and I'm certain that the town will flourish once that occurs. He gets like a little bit of a fire in his eyes as he goes into a sort of Protestant like Reformation like rant.
That makes sense. It's good to see there's such you're so committed, and I gotta say, this town must be very blessed to have someone as committed as you to ensuring that they grow in their virtue like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he mentions he's actually been preaching sort of that the two should come together. Like if the bloodlines combined and stopped whatever behind the doors incest that's clearly going on, that things would probably clear up quite quickly. And uh, I have no idea if Angelicans do confessional, but Albinicans do. I'm saying it now.
Okay.
And
Katie's going to go a little bit red at that mention of incest. Oh.
but yeah, and he mentions that and he really shouldn't be telling you, but you won't mention names, so it's not really breaking confidentiality. That he had, spoken with a young man in confessional who was interested in, one of the opposite, and that's as far as he'll go. And he was worried it was a sin, and not really. It's just they have to be married before the church before he does anything. I told him, no sex before marriage. In the eyes of Genosis, that'd be great. If not, then confess.
Sounds like there really is some great progress being made in uniting the plans.
Yeah, and he kind of gloats a bit about it, and he says, it's not going to be solved anytime soon, but he's certain give him a generation or two with the town, and they'll be right as rain.
Do you know how this feuding started? It must have gone on for a long time for them to be so, well, easily distinguishable.
Well, as far as he's heard, it's been going on as long as both families have been on this island, which he's not really sure when that began because both sides say different things. Oh boy, I think the chair I'm in's about to break.
One of them feuds that's been going on since time immemorial.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well.
Is there any? Well, that's sorry, Jimmy.
I said it's likely that because they're two very old families, they probably competed over some important industry, probably the whale refinery itself, or maybe the mines that were referenced. It's also conceivable that someone killed someone's great grandpappy, and this has then been spiraling ever since.
What could have caused that racial divide, though?
This
like
is
a
all.
Chironite is not so different from an Arlani physically.
That's true. That actually raises questions as well. Was this difference there from the beginning, or did it develop over time?
Why I think there is something connected to that whale. To put it into layman's terms, if you'll excuse the pun, essentially it's been producing far more than it should. The island itself shouldn't be existing. So something beyond the norm is happening here.
Do you think
Well,
their
And
production was only on paper? Like they
I
say they did really well, but it weren't actually.
no, I don't think that could have happened. They were shut down by
Well,
Albion, by the government. Okay? So that means now basing that off the report,
Yeah, they
from what we
must have
know,
seen for themselves what the truth was.
that or it was actually happening. There's a storage tank out there. I say to the preacher, it should have been dry long ago, but it's still almost over half full. There's no reason for that if the whale oil refining has stopped. It's beyond the needs they have, beyond the use for it. So, to me, that suggests either it didn't really stop, and there's something else behind it, something I can't imagine at the moment, given the refinery itself is completely decrepit.
it also looked perfectly mundane. I mean, if there had been some kind of demonic sigilry on the refining equipment, maybe there could have been something sinister going
Yeah.
on. We are on the edge of the periphery here. Weird stuff happens.
Yeah, but
The preacher nods along with you. He's like, well, I don't really know anything about that, but maybe they just don't use as much as you think. I only see the cannery operating a couple times a year, maybe four.
Hmm.
They work for a week or so during fishing season.
Oh, that makes sense.
The rest of the time, I think it sits idle. I don't really know.
but
I'm busy enough as it is with my duties.
but that's what I mean. Imagine if you were writing books, and you only wrote books for a couple of weeks of the year. You wouldn't carry stacks and stacks of paper and ink beyond those weeks. You wouldn't just leave that in a place to sit idle. If you operate the cannery for a couple of weeks per year, then you can acquire as much whale oil as you need for that time. But you wouldn't have vast quantities of it, especially when the purpose for the cannery is to make the money that they need for their goods, when you could have sold off the oil and use that money.
Yeah, it's certainly valuable.
Yeah, perhaps his rainy day fund is. He'll certainly talk to the mayors when he has a chance, but he thinks you're. It's very obvious that he's a little patronizing, that he thinks you're making a big deal of not much. They're set in their ways. Maybe they don't do everything rationally.
That's true.
That's
I
certainly
suppose
that's
it's like,
certainly been his experience.
is there any, you say you experienced it but haven't acted rationally? Is there any particular example? I mean, seen the vision of the town and the
Well, yeah, he was mostly referencing that.
okay.
He thinks it's
Okay.
all bupkis. They're all, they're
Feel
all brother and sister under the eyes of Genosis. Why don't they just get along and fix up the town?
there was one other thing which you might be able to shed more light on. We've been told there was a Kyanite on the island who
Ah, yes,
apparently is quite well
Gunther.
touched in the head.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's only ever really been to one of my services. He said something in Chironese and spit on the floor. I can only assume it was something along the lines of, you know, what's this filth, heresy, something like that.
Does they said he typically stays in his lighthouse. Is that true?
Uh, yes, I rarely see him in town. He has his own little rowboat
Hmm.
that he uses to get around without having to
Without having to walk.
traipse among the town folk.
Probably a
Okay.
safer way of doing it. Not going to cost you if you're on a boat. Well, they might, but it's unlikely.
Does anyone else have any questions they want to try and ask him?
No, after all this walking, I'm eager to have a seat and get some food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can
Uh,
visit the Chironite tomorrow.
yep. And he tells all of y'all that he hopes you have a blessed time on the island, and that if you're still here next week, he expects to see you.
I look
I will be
forward.
there.
So yeah, it's like, well, hey, the subdeacon sees you out, and yeah, it's getting on in the evening. Um, where do you want to try to get food? There might be some sort of bar, considering the town was ostensibly Albish. There's probably a pub somewhere.
Hmm. Well,
Some
there's
of you
probably.
are probably like, there's probably two pubs.
I was about to say that. There are probably two.
Hmm.
I was
Little.
thinking of just going back to the ship, but it sounds like we're being urged to adventure.
I'm
Yeah.
just, I'm just giving
He's
options.
that's created a random event
If we
for the
drink all
pub.
the whiskey on the ship, there won't be any whiskey for the second half of our journey. So better to drink all of these people's whiskey.
Yeah.
Mm,
But yeah, once you tell me a destination, I will have more to add. Yep.
Okay, well, why don't we try and check out one of the pubs? You've stayed at the night at the Montegru Mansion before, so you talked to the guy there. Let's see what the common pleb on the street thinks.
It's a good point. Yeah, we'll hit. We should do a Montegru pub.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue reinforcing our affiliation with them. We don't want them to think that we're traitors.
Yeah. If you think to ask, probably the subdeacon can direct you to it.
Yeah,
Um,
you might do that.
without having to go find someone on the street. Um, and so as you're heading out, I need a awareness roll. Because remember, the church is in the middle of the divider line. So, boop.
getting a lot of use out of awareness here.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, all
wow.
fours.
3 4s.
Everyone everyone notices this character attempting to be sneaky. And so what he is doing is I'm just gonna call it the DMZ because it's funny to me. You notice a man crossing the DMZ about 200 yards away. There's a bunch of, what used to be houses burnt out remains, and he's, sticking close to the ground, trying to duck away, and he was clearly wearing a red wig at the start of it, and he takes it off midway, and stands up, dusts himself off, and goes on his way on the Montague side. So he was clearly breaking the truce and crossing the line.
Huh?
I'm not sure if red wig would help if the red folk are all pretty short and squatty and have gorilla teeth. And these other guys are tall and have super lanky
Well,
arms. But
it's
maybe
hard
he's
to
doing
tell
it.
his intelligence.
Yeah, maybe it's.
Follow him.
Yeah, he's
Might be an idea.
he's a bit away.
That's
If y'all want to follow him,
pro
you can try.
now the question: do we want to be following him stealthily or following him openly?
I have no expertise in sneaking about, so if I were to follow somebody, I'd just be walking behind them like normal. I wouldn't be able to hide myself if I tried.
Well, he must have had a good reason to keep other people from noticing him. So, if we're following him, we should also try and prevent other people noticing him in order to stop harm falling upon him.
Sure.
It's the only honorable thing to do.
I guess so.
Oh,
Fuck.
I wasn't.
So Jimmy, what?
What's that roll supposed to be?
Oh, I was rolling a stealth.
Oh, so yeah, y'all are stealthily following him.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I will. I guess do a contested roll. Oops,
Nuts.
that's not right.
Ah, that's a relatively poor stealth. Easy, easy,
This guy,
easy too.
the sharpest knife in the Montague drawer.
Yeah. So,
Well, he
Jimmy,
did try the wig job.
so the guy's trying to nonchalantly walk downtown. He's headed actually up the hill. Which is
To the
mansion
mansion.
ways. I mean, there's still some town past the church. But that's the direction he's headed. And you basically, catch up to him in like one of the many alleys in the town, about 100 yards past the church. You had to circle around to make sure he didn't see you and all that stuff. What do you want to do? Like, he has not spotted you. You're within like hand distance of this man. He's like whistling a tune. Can't hear you crunching behind him.
Let's not scare him. Okay, let's just say, hello there. Just be normal and polite. Say, I guess I might have gotten lost. Do you know where the pub is? We already do, but we can ask him, and that'll get him to turn around and not be frightened out of his brain with being found out as a race traitor.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll tap the man on the shoulder, say, "Hello there, friend."
He kind of jumps out of his skin a bit because like he didn't realize you were right behind him. And he stutters a bit. It's like, oh, how did you get there?
Oh, I just saw you walking by, and I need some directions. I'm Tiberiu Silva. I'll extend my hand.
So he like straightens his jacket a bit first because kind of wrinkled from his surprise jump, and he's like, pleasure to meet you. I'm Rommel Montague, and shakes
He's
his
Rommel.
Rommel. Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Uh,
Okay. Are we with Tibby or are we hanging back?
if you didn't roll stealth, you're probably at least still by the church.
Okay.
All right. We'll say, nice to meet you, Rommel.
Yeah.
Look, we're looking for a proper Montague pub, as we, I feel the need to wet my whistle. as they say. Could you give me some directions?
You'll need to
Oh
lure
yeah,
him
yeah.
with you.
He's I'd be happy to. And he says, and he, tries to give you directions to the Gru's mask.
I think the key word there is he tries to. I think we might have to. You might need
So
to get him to lead you there, Jimmy.
there's at least one like major road on each side, but the rest of it's all just alleys between houses, and so it's kind of a jumble. Um, and he kind of just ends up ruffling his hair and is like, I guess I have to take you there.
Oh, well, that'd be nice of you.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I have time. My dad's, my granddad's not, got anything for me. Yeah, just follow me, I guess. And he starts to, walk off. And so, Rommel is kind of, they're all frail, spindly, but he's like
Taylor
an
and Splingy.
exemplar of that.
Especially so.
Yeah, and he's got like sort of greasy hair and really large glasses, which you imagine didn't.
Ichabod Crane over here.
Yeah, you imagine did not help him notice you sneak
With
up on him.
Julia.
Yeah. I will repeatedly make bad jokes as we go. Like, yeah, you're a little jumpy. Why the long face?
With a long face. Nice.
Thanks for giving me the skinny on the location of this pub.
Yeah.
Um,
I gotta say, people in this town are a little bit narrow-minded. You ever notice that?
all of them go over his head, and he's like, "Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Thank you for seeing me to the pub.
At least you're not too much on a high horse.
Yeah.
Bet you don't have
Uh,
your head in the
what are
clouds.
the other two doing? Because y'all were not there, so he's just
Oh, right.
leading
Okay.
Jimmy. Y'all were
Um,
given directions that were
Yeah.
slightly better than.
So let's go to the pub, and we will trust that Tibby is keen to manage to lead him there, either by persuasion or probably just being weird.
Yeah.
If you could put me into the background for a while, I've got to use the restroom, and it might be a while. So,
I go. Yeah.
I'll be back. in a
So
bit.
the subdeacon's directions were like completely different than Jimmy's because they were just like, yeah, okay, you're gonna follow the main street, and there's gonna be this big street that it's not really a street, it's an alley, but you're gonna cut across it, and then you're gonna look for this building, and he described the building, and that's the one you want. Whereas the other guy was like, okay, you gotta take this turn, that turn, and you end up meet in front of the Cruise Mask. It's smallish pub. There's the sign and it just has a mask on it.
Okay. Yep. That's based and mask build. Okay, and we're gonna wait here for friend to turn up with his new
And
friend.
they turn up a little later, and it's
Okay, now
and
I am going.
Rommel's like, hey, well, there it is. I gotta get going.
Thank you,
I'm
Rob.
going to use my persuasion to try and convince him to stay.
Okay.
So let's see. I've got 3 persuasion, charisma of 7, and you check my. This one works. So, does Rommel find my character attractive? It matters because I've got the first level of beautiful.
No,
Okay.
but I have a reason for that answer.
Yeah, we already know that. Okay, so plus 2, then that's 9 plus 3, which means just 12 then. Okay, so I'm persuade him to try and persuade him to stay.
Okay, what angle are you going with?
I'll try and be like, oh, it's nice to see someone who goes through some of those same difficulties that I go through. Trying to be a bit more sort of, oh yeah, we sort of have some of the same difficulties. We've got the glasses, and got to deal with the parents who have their expectations on us.
Why, okay. And then you're like, why don't you let me buy you a drink or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Won't even bother with rolling against that. And he's like, oh, well, I got time, I guess. It's just a drink. And yeah, so he'll go into the bar with the three of y'all.
Okay. So
It's just one though, he says, not very
Uh-huh.
firmly.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn to Tibby and say, Tibby, would you mind scoping out a place where we're less likely to be heard by other people? Because I'm not really good at this sort of being subtle thing.
Sure thing. I spent about 2/3 of my waking life in bars.
Yeah. Let's roll whatever you rolled for stealth, just to be like using your knowledge of stealth to find a.
All right. It's 10. 10d7.
That's perfect. You're like, okay. So we want a table that's not too close to other ones, but there's a lot of noise around, so other people are less likely to hear it. And you find a good spot. It's not too crowded. And there seems to be a lot of Montegrews in here. Catching a drink. They kind of like squint at y'all a bit because y'all are outsiders, but they just look at your hair and that you aren't short apes, and are like, I guess it's okay.
And I'll just say this out loud. I'll be honest. I thought there was going to be one pub divided in half.
Some of them laugh at that. That's actually pretty funny.
Just as well. God, can you imagine what the Redfield bar must be like? Can they make alcohol out of bananas?
Good one. But yeah, and it's really only a couple cents for drinks. Like, you don't notice many of the other people paying, but they probably have some tab of some sort.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
so
On the counter.
while Tibby is running interference, sneak over to that table, which is the perfect stealth location.
Yep.
I'm going to start talking with Rommel.
Yep.
Now, what do we think we want to do, Jimmy? I think we need to talk to him about why he was sneaking over. No doubt he was probably seeing a Redfield.
Yeah. But yeah, butter him up a little bit. He's a thin guy. He's a nerd, so probably doesn't handle his drink too well.
Yeah. Which means we need to be doubly cautious.
Yep.
Because it means we don't want to have him start spilling all the beans on everyone, just to us.
Yeah. We don't want to spook him.
Okay.
Okay. So we got a couple of drinks, and
Yeah, and y'all talk about glasses and whatnot, and
yeah.
Whatever Tibbs
All the
talks about.
stuff we have to do.
Well, I guess Tibbs just continues to make monkey jokes.
Tibbs will probably get Tibbs to go around to one of the other tables nearby, so that he can be sociable without making our friend feel, he really hates those red fields.
I'll tell you, Jimmy has so far accrued the most GRU points. I don't know what I'm doing with those points yet, but you had the most.
Yes.
I detected easily that there was potential conflict here. Picking a side is something I'm very good at.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You just flip a coin and say, okay, I'm with that side now.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to try and butter him up, lower his inhibitions, get him feeling a bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
And then going to hit him with the quiet word. So, noticed that you were very near that sort of decrepit pit of town. It's all burnt up down the middle. Don't worry. Not going to get you in trouble or anything.
Well, so
Yeah.
you just said, "Oh, I saw you near there." You didn't say you saw him cross it.
I think we want to. Do you think we want to work that out right now, Jimmy, or do you think we want to keep that in the back pocket unless Clancy clams up? Jimmy?
Say again?
Do you think we want to spill the beans that we spotted him crossing the border, or do you think we want to keep that sort of quiet unless we need it to make him spill the beans?
It might be best not to tell him. He might do something stupid.
Yeah.
No, I think we have leverage here, right? What's he going to do? Go and tell the big guy that he's like, oh, they're blackmailing me with knowledge of my objective treason. No, right? So yeah, let's just sort of mention like, look, buddy, we saw you going over the border there.
Okay. So what about we do the good cop, bad cop. You can do the, hey buddy, why are you crossing the border? And I'm like, it's okay. You can tell us. We won't tell anyone. You're not in trouble. We're new here. We just want to know how things work.
I mean,
It's
I think we
okay.
know which cop Jimmy claims.
Yeah, Jimmy will be the good cop. He'll be like, oh yeah, you're fine. Don't worry. You can go with those apes anytime you like.
You can go fuck as many monkeys as you want, man. It's not my business.
And I'm like, tell us why you did it, you traitor. No, okay. So I think I might take that approach. Just be, I'll be the gentle, nice. Oh, it's okay. You're not in trouble. We're outsiders too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll persuasion to convince him of your good copness, I guess.
Okay. Come on, dice, don't fail me now.
I'm pretty sure you'll pass, but
I hope so too.
Sometimes
Christ.
Yep. You're like, hey, so we saw. Saw what? You know what we saw? We saw you, and you probably do a little finger thing, like a walking across a line.
Yeah.
And he and so and then you go into but hey, we're outsiders. It's fine. You can talk to us. Like, because at first when you indicated that, he turned white as a sheet. You thought he was gonna like faint or something. You're like, holy shit. But yeah, he calms down. It's like, you saw. I thought no one saw me.
Oh, that's right.
I said I tried to whisper it, but he was like, "You saw? I thought no one saw me."
Well, we're probably the only ones who saw. Similarly, I saw someone holding hands in that crowd. Yeah,
Oh,
yesterday.
oh God, you saw that too? Oh shit. Who
Where
else saw? Oh God, I'm ruined.
Well, I have the feeling that if anyone else saw, you'd probably be dead. I doubt they would have, kept quiet. Probably would have pointed it out right then. No, not exactly the most subtle people, the Redfields, or for that matter, your family. Which is a little surprising, given that you're called the Montecrews. You think you'd be better at sneaking around?
Only at night. It wasn't quite nightfall then. It wasn't totally dark.
Yeah, your secret's safe with us, pal. But we're going to need to know the story. There's something weird going on in this town.
I mean,
And I think it's
story.
connected
I
to.
mean, there's not much to tell. I just, I can't get her out of my mind. I just, Jeanette's just, oh my God.
Jeanette Redfield. Jeez.
Yeah, boy.
You
Uh,
really went after the head of their family.
oh well. She's
Wait,
just a, you know, the daughter of a butcher, but oh, she could be a
well,
princess.
at
You know,
least we know that the Redfield bloodline will continue. So, what exactly is your plan here? You want to elope with her, leave the island?
I I hadn't thought that far yet.
Because, if you two get do the thing, and then she gives birth to a creepy lanklet with
No,
black
no, 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 no. We'd never do it before getting married.
hair. Oh,
Though,
Good.
how
Of course.
delightfully puritanical.
though I don't think she believes as strongly as I do about that. Honestly, it's been hard keeping it a secret because she just wants to tell everyone. She doesn't think it's a big deal.
Huh, women.
Uh,
Like
yeah,
what? Just saying.
yeah. Uh,
It's just because she's in love with you. That's why. I'm sure it'll all work out.
that's what she says. Um,
She's probably right then.
I'll I'll be honest. You're not the first people to catch me. Her dad knows. He's just can't do anything about it. You know.
I guess that makes sense. If you were to try to deputize others, it would necessarily involve revealing the secret. Yikes. Rough situation.
Yes, yes. He's a butcher. Scary fella.
Yeah, you're lucky you haven't ended up in a sausage grinder.
Well, he figures he would die right afterwards, and so would the whole truce thing would dissolve.
Oh, this is true.
Mm. But
Well,
sorry, Rommel. Do you mind if I just talk to my friend here just a little bit?
Sure, sure.
yeah.
He
Okay.
starts draining a
So,
pint because he's like, "Oh, son of a bitch, I'm gonna die."
Good man. I'll push mine over over
yeah.
next to his so he can have it too, and then signal for another one. What is it?
Tiberiu, if her father knows, me as quiet as I can without being inaudible, he's probably not the only one.
That's true. Our boy Rommel here is about as subtle as a sack full of Our friend Rommel here is about as subtle as goring falling onto a sheet of tin.
Yeah. But this could be a good thing. Let's see, mate. If her father knows, I would guess that his father knows too. I don't think he would typically be the sort to be going out late at night or coming in late at night with disheveled clothes. So I think
Perhaps true. Also,
my
one purchase a red wig in
that's a good question.
Smearenburg.
Yeah. Which mean and so this could be good and it could be very dangerous.
Well, yes, obviously. The last thing we want is for a shooting war to break out in a place that we're stuck for a month. I'll stop mid sentence and my eyes will widen slightly. Then, after a moment, my eyes will slowly drift over to the long suitcase that I carry around everywhere, and I'll go, right, no, that is the last thing that we want.
Yes. Important things to
Jimmy's
be
like
taken or
race war
damaged.
later. I can come back and start that.
Yeah. Race war, cyberspace race war,
It,
guerrilla war.
so let's think through this carefully. If we reckon that both sides know about this, at least some of them do. I don't know. I'm not really good at all this cloak and dagger sort of stuff. You know, like keeping secrets doesn't feel good. But I suppose it's not our secret; it's theirs.
A secret is just a lie that you only tell to God.
So while y'all are discussing, four familiar faces enter the bar, and it's those four goons that had accosted you in front of the mansion. And they're at the bar, joking, doing goon stuff.
Okay, those four. You remember those four?
Yes.
They're at the mansion, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'd recognize their hair anyway. Let's see if we can get out of here.
Well, sure, I've only drunk half the place. Well, either way would be best if we are not seen with Mr. Rommel.
Yeah. Probably best to get him home.
Yeah.
We can say that we can tune into his home, tell him that we found him and he helped us find this pub where we got some, that's
Yeah. In fact,
that's true. So
yeah.
we can say that.
In fact, I'll turn around and say, actually, that is ideal. If anyone asks where you were, just say you were helping us out. You've made some friends. We're very Montegru sympathetic.
He slurs his words a bit, where it's like, always happy to help.
Absolutely.
Probably
We
should
gotta
not
get
have
him.
let him have your drink too.
Yeah, I'm gonna let's help him out of here because I don't know if we can want him to.
This. We might as well get him out. Come on, Ron.
Okay.
Come on, Rummy.
So while trying to get him out of there, because of his own clumsy nature, he trips over a chair or something. The goons sort of notice you, and the leader dude comes over and he's like, what are you out of towners doing with Rommel here? They don't push you
Uh,
so much, but they try to crowd you out to help him stand,
oh,
Oh, he was helping us find this place. It's a well, we're quite new here, and he made sure we didn't get lost.
yeah,
yep. Wouldn't want to stray onto hostile territory.
he kind of
Yeah.
squints at you a bit, and Rommel's kind of hanging on him a bit. It's like Reese, man, you're here too, like,
Man,
and so
he
so
is
so
so
Reese
easy,
says,
isn't it?
it's like you best get out of here. We'll help him home.
All
He's
right.
kind of squinting at
I,
you.
I'm gonna say, are you sure? When he helped us get here, I feel like it would only be fair for us to help him get home.
I only feel safe saying this because my good friend here is so drunk, but he's a bit of an idiot.
Yeah.
He's like, I wouldn't. He's like, I don't trust. He's like, I barely trust outsiders better than a Redfield.
Okay. But please make sure he does get home safely. It would be horrible for him helping us out to cause him any harm.
Yep. Wouldn't want him to catch a cold
Yep.
or a bullet.
Uh,
We'll see,
And
gentlemen, later.
your concern is noted, and they kind of take Rommel back to where they were.
Great.
okay, we gotta.
We'll shuffle on out, and I'll say, I
Yeah.
think they're going to kill him. No. That was a little bit suspect.
I don't know about. I don't think about killing him. They would,
Probably not, but they're
but they're not.
concerned that he was talking to us, which means that there are
Yeah.
some sort of secrets that they know about and don't want to get out.
That,
So that's how I interpret it.
yeah, I hate all this stuff. All this keeping secrets.
Yeah, this is no way for a society to function.
Secrets.
I can't think of anything worse, in fact, than perfectly good violence held in check by deceit. What a stupid idea. They should just kill each other and get it over with.
Hey, it's not nice either. But I mean, I don't know. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. The society
All right.
functions like that.
I think the most important takeaway from this is that the society doesn't function. What the hell do they
Yeah.
produce? Fish? What is one group of them fish and the other ones can it? It's damn stupid. And then there's the undercurrent here. Something's obviously going wrong. We talk to that cherry tomorrow. We'll be able to figure out something, I'll bet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything about this stinks. Then there's an image of, obviously, an image of Sahakweal that shouldn't exist. How does we square that circle?
And sorry, an image of Sahakweal. Where was that?
Yeah. Well, I was telling the priest about it. There was a statuette of Sahakweal 12 Hands in the Montegru mansion. And as you know, bad things tend to happen to people who attempt to depict the visage of Sahakweal. Now, supposedly it was actually an image of Genesis. I don't really know how that figures. He had 12 fucking hands. But, whatever. Fucking Protestants. Weird Genosian Sahakwealist syncretism has always weirded me out. But it's something strange to see it, so openly. And then there's this the fact that these people are obviously some kind of abhumans. I mean, the Gru's mask, really? Could you just make it more obvious? Why don't you? What the hell are the Redfields, though? I mean, the Montegru's creepy, lanky stuff is kind of self-explanatory. But what are the Redfields? You know, gorilla men? I've never heard of no gorilla men.
Yeah, now.
I mean, then again, the periphery is a big place. I guess there is space Africa, for all I know.
Africa.
The suit
Yeah.
mountains.
There's a moonstone for me. The whole oil refinery. That, I mean, you had the document from the foreman.
Yeah.
He clearly thought that the refinery is producing the right amount of oil, right?
Right.
And he'd have had to been the one who would know. Like if they'd fooled him, I don't think they could have. So there must have been something else going on here that was different. That's the part which sticks with me. Maybe it's sort of my fascination or something, I suppose. But that part, it doesn't make sense. Like as something there is trying. It doesn't fit. The equations don't work.
Yeah. Something about this doesn't quite add up.
Yeah. And the worst part is this is what I mean about the keeping secrets. Like if they just didn't keep it hidden, I bet half the problems here would have been solved by now.
Well, take it from me. Diplomacy is always just putting off the inevitable.
Can't
I
wait.
don't think so.
Can't wait for the party to kill the whole island. Sink it into the sea. That'll be great.
I know that we can solve this.
Solve?
Yeah. And I don't think that Moonstone reactor going like that was an accident. Not entirely.
Spooky.
How'd the captain know about
implying
this place?
implications.
He's been here before. He was on the mail ship when it came here. So it just feels too. Maybe I'm going crazy. I'm probably just saying things where there aren't anything.
Well, no, you're right to some extent. There is obviously something spooky going on here. It's just a matter of degrees, of scale. What exactly is going on? Is it something benign? Are these people just embezzling whale oil? I mean, that could be it. It could, but maybe the reason that all that equipment is still in working order is that they still use it and they just turn it off. They turned it off when they saw us coming. So they've been pretending to be a dry well when they're in fact selling to pirates or something. It could be as simple as that. Or
That could be
it could be something else. I mean, who knows?
But
Same with the mines, in fact.
yeah.
Or this whole place could worship devils.
We'll find out. I know we will. Now it's any question. Now, do you want to wait until Ron gets out of there with what did he say the other guy's name was? Reese?
Reese, yes.
Yeah, Reese is
Or
the
do you
head.
want to?
Good
Or do you want to hire out somewhere or just go find a place to stay?
Right. All right.
Well,
Um, I guess Pete and I will go back to the Montegru place. Katie too,
yeah,
if you want, or if you'd prefer to to maintain the semblance of neutrality.
neutrality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd better if we're gonna be golfing.
Remember, just
This,
keep yourself up. Are you armed? Do you have a gun?
yes, the protection. I don't want to have to use it, but if there's like a wild animal or something, they might,
Good. Just thought I'd ask.
yeah,
Those goons seemed a little bit too forward. I get the feeling there's skullduggery here. So
yeah.
just don't get yourself killed on your way home.
I'll try not to, but you don't think they'd really kill someone, do you?
I don't know. I'm already suspicious about that foreman going missing. As you say, why wouldn't he
Yeah,
bring his gun with him?
yeah.
Maybe he was going to go reveal whatever kind of scam these people have going on, and they axed him instead. Could happen. One way or the
I
other, I will
suppose.
figure it out tonight. So
Okay. That I'll see you tomorrow then.
Okay. The the party splits up. I'm gonna call it after I do a little bit more. And so the party splits up. The engineer going back to the boat. Pete and Tibbs going back to the house where they're welcomed. Montague's like, my drinking buddies, and he offers more beer again.
fuck yes.
You just have to listen about the Montagues again.
Hey, there's nothing in the world more interesting to me than the Montegrews. I am so interested as long as I'm drunk.
Yes,
As long
and
as my
he probably direct him towards one of the like stories of a battle he'd heard of or something.
yeah, this is true. He's got a warrior culture thing going. That by itself is enough to hold my interest indefinitely.
But
In fact, I'll ask him: were you ever in the military? You ever fight?
uh, he was unable to join either of the Great Wars due to his position as mayor.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, you did
But
have stuff to do, right? Unfortunate.
yeah, sad
Still,
sad sad times. He would have shown them what for. He's pretty sure.
yeah, I missed Sea War too. Yeah, I missed the second war myself. Not my fault. I signed up. I wanted to go in, but then the blockades hit, and I was stuck guarding a fucking storehouse for 3 years.
Yeah. Though he's proud some of his grandsons and grandnephews or whatever got to go. Uh,
Hey,
is he names Reese specifically.
Reese, we met Reese
Yeah, no,
that,
no.
just a minute ago down at the pub, along with that Rommel boy.
Yeah, that's his favorite grandson is Rommel.
Oh yeah, nice kid, nice
Yeah,
kid.
yeah. He's not really. He's not got the whole warrior thing going on, but he's
Yeah, at least he's on the up and up.
yeah. He admits he probably spoiled the boy. That's how granddads are, right? Uh, and he keeps up pretty late, but y'all head to bed and it's early in the morning, and those damn birds are going at it again. But you don't, and as you're drifting off to sleep, none of them are doing that weird thing where they seem to be cheeping along with your breaths. But you do notice that all of them are together in sync. And they're at first very, very fast, and then slowly, they keep the beat gets longer and longer until they're finally silent for a uh, long stretch, and then there's a Ricorious revival of their cheeping as they excitedly cheep about something.
I'll get up out of bed, walk over to the door, and then shove a door under a chair under the doorknob, and then go back to sleep.
Fair enough.
Is it audible from the ship?
It's not audible from the ship. It's somewhere up.
Okay.
They settle up in the fields, and you think it's louder from towards the jungle. Like there's more of them back that way. The people that are
Yeah.
up there.
I'll also write down on my hand, tell Katie about the birds. Because I forgot to tell her earlier. I'm forgetful. Doesn't involve
Very
her.
best.
I forget all the time.
Yeah, and yeah, we'll begin whenever we play again. We'll begin at the next morning.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay.
I like the tension building.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
Yep.
I just
Okay.
have no idea where this is going, which is a good sign.
Yeah,
And
like
was
I know where it's going, but then it's like I put other places, and I'm like, I don't know how they're getting to where it's going, but yeah, we'll see.
That's a good way to do it.
I just populated the map, wrote down some of the things that are there, and then I make up whatever else I want to be there.
okay. Sorry, just back with it was Rommel, Montague, and Jeanette.
Yeah, Jeanette. Yes, I will spell it. It's actually my sister's name, so it's weird. But it was the closest name to Juliet, so.
Yeah.
Rommel and June.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just written that down for my list of things that we need to investigate and solve. Okay. Cool. That was fun.
Yep, I had fun. I don't know when we'll play again. I know Raid cannot play next week.
Yep.
And
They can.
Sunbro, I don't know his schedule.
Just let me know when you are ready to go again, and I'll get ready for it.
And hopefully this recording turned out okay, because I have 4 hours and 32 minutes of it.
All right, it was good. I like it.
Yep, had fun.
You're a good GM.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ooh, spooky.
Yep.
Very spooky.
Just gotta make sure I save all my notes. Especially.
Hi, I'm gonna go make dinner.
Yep, I'm gonna go see what's for dinner and if I need to do any chores. So catch y'all guys later. Bye.
All right.
Okay. See you later.
Yep, that's the
I
one.
will.